What up, Joey? Fucking quick, damn, dude. Were you waiting in YouTube already? were you already here? What up? Oh wait, I'm supposed to mute this because we're not allowed to have that playing. Actually, that is what gets copyrighted. What up, friends? Joey, Spencer, Spicer, the Skull, Moon, Mytho, Rosalinda. What up, friends? Welcome. Again, we'll immediately show the things that we're not allowed to show there. Here is the piece that is up for auction there's hair on it. Right now, this very moment on Instagram. It is a pipe. I wasn't allowed to show the pipe part, but it is a pipe. Hi, Bunny, Avery, Brendan. What up, new members? Hello. Thank y'all for tuning in from the TikTok. Again, we do this every single night. Oh, Lucy's coming in for her appearance. First thing we do, though, every single night is say hello to the dogs. Come here, come on, make your guest appearance. Show the people your lovely face. Marley, you gotta come say hi. This helps me decompress as well. I don't know if y'all can tell already, but I fucking hate TikTok. That is such a toxic place. I'm much more relaxed here. I like it a lot. I like it here a lot better. Marley's got some locks that were started in the back. If y'all are wondering what's going on with her hair there, her and Lucy both are having some locks put in. Sit down. Sit. Come on, do your thing. Did you just wake up? Is that what's going on? Are you being shy because you just woke up? Yeah! That's Marley. The blonde one is Lucy. We can make literally everything. Again, this is the piece that is available on Instagram up for auction right now. This is part of our Swamp Friends series. This is a pipe. Again, we make bongs. We make smoking things and adult-themed pieces. But we're not allowed to say that or show it on TikTok. But I do, that's what we do here. Let me turn this down just a little bit. That's what we do here. We're gonna do some more of this. Actually, tonight we're gonna do some more of these Swamp Friends pieces. Our cult member, lovely Mytho, has ordered two, count them, 2 full sets. That means that is what we'll be working on for the next couple of days. Very excited about that. Got 2 days worth of work there. We are going to do full Swamp Friends pieces. This is the piece that is for discount this evening. We're gonna let this one go for 40, just so Skylar doesn't get too pissed at me because his was 45. 40 on this bad boy. That includes shipping. Unfortunately, shipping is expensive as fuck lately. Like 20% of that price is gonna be shipping. And because you didn't technically get it at the discount, you wanted it as I was making it, so. Gotta make sure to keep the cult members happy. Yes, this is where you want to be. This is the place to be. Let me get chat pulled up. This is where. Yes. Hello, me. Wait, hang on. That'll be funny. Yes. Hello, me. Yes. Hello, me. Wait, hang on. That'll be funny. Hang on. Yes. Hello, me. Yes. Hello, me. Oh, hi. Wait, hang on. That'll be funny. Meta. All right, like I said, tonight we will be watching what is probably my favorite movie ever, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. To the algorithm, I do not claim to own, nor do I own any of the media that will be portrayed in the background or through the duration of this film or through the publishing of this live video. I am excited. I hope you're excited. Again, this is one of my favorite movies. We watched Party Monster last night and it was beautiful. We got the puppos all showed up, so we will change the aperture just a little bit. I also need to wipe the screen. Sorry, let me wipe y'all's face off just a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. There we go, much better. One pendant salamander, the other is one for my choosing. Beautiful. That is a great choice because a salamander is also what I was thinking. So we'll do something other than the salamander. So we'll do a salamander and maybe a frog. Maybe a turtle. Maybe... We'll see. Well, I haven't made any of those yet, so obviously they're gonna be a kind of like work in progress as we do it. Marley, do you have an ear infection? You got stinky ears? Ew, Marley, don't lick your feet after scratching your ears. She does, she got stank ear. How does the heat not damage your TV? So it is a very forced perspective. Lucy, now you, come on, now you wanna say hi. Yeah, now you wanna be in the shot, huh? This is Lucy. She's a ham and a half. She got great hair, as you can tell. I cut their hair. But it is a forced perspective when it comes to this from this. This is very far from this. This goes straight up into here, and the heat actually goes directly over the top of it. Kirk, you're also paying that from most likely import. Because that is not American prices. What up, Chief? What up, Australia? Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. One of my favorite streamers that I watch personally, myself, is actually from Australia, Mr. Overtime. If you know him, tell him hello for me. Cole, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude, but that's China prices, homie. Lucy's so gentle like Olab, right? Yes, well, not same litter. Marley is 1 year older than Lucy, but from the same mom. That's why they look so similar, right? That's why y'all are so cute, huh? Little sisters, yes, you come back up, you want some more attention? No, you're good there? Okay, that's fine. What we do every single night, oh, sorry, I stepped on your tail, baby. Let me go plug the Xbox in. Instead of swapping the fucking Xbox every time. We're just gonna fucking plug the Xbox in now. And a funny thing is, so I've had that TV in there and the new Xbox for however long the new Xbox has been out. My TV has not been optimized. It has not been playing the 4K that it should have been. And when we swapped it to this TV, which is a 4K smart TV, 1080p, it changed the settings to the Xbox. And so when I plugged it back into the fucking TV in there, my large screen in there is optimized now, like it should have been for a decade. Literally how it should have been for a decade. We're gonna put an episode of Malcolm in the Middle on. While I get everything set up, let me take a rip, let me get my mind right, and we will be ready. Uh-oh, maybe not ready to go. We totally should have had the oxygen machine going this entire time.
I am not wasting good money.
We'll do that later though. We'll start and watch the movie. We should have enough for the movie. Yes, no, possibly, maybe so. Only sometimes.
With niacinamide, with squalene, with peptides, and lipids. 10 signs of aging salt. It gives me supercharged confidence. From It Cosmetics.
Yeah, definitely can do commemorative pieces. The place to do that or to talk about it or order it will be Instagram. The Instagram is actually linked in my bio here. But yeah, we will, yes, I did, Skylar, remember to get propane. Almost forgot, but we got more propane. Yes, we are good for the rest of the evening. We're gonna use the rest of the oxygen we have here while we start the movie, and yeah, we'll do that. Let me take a rip. As you can tell, my brain is all over the place right now. I need to get back centered.
A janitor at your own high school, assistant janitor, all mom and no English. Okay, I've packed all your winter clothes, your comic books, and half your knickknacks. Guess what? You have the same Quiet Riot CD. Roommate? Stop calling me that. I'm not your roommate for another 2 weeks.
12 days! The second you graduate, you are out of this house and into his.
What other jobs can you get? I've already got 3 shifts in the cafeteria, Monday and Wednesday at the bookstore, and mopping the dorms at night. I guess I could chop vegetables or I cannot.
This is outrageous. Kids with half your brains are getting full rides.
They didn't correct their interview, right?
We'll find the money somehow.
Oh God.
This is as good a time as any to talk about it. I do have a
Here is an example of our space tech.
You should probably know my safe word.
Is it just me or okay? I was gonna say the zoom is weird. Can't see too many stars in this one, but
Sitting around, hanging out. I'm not gonna have many more of these.
We sure won't. Seems like only yesterday you and I were going to homecoming, putting the school paper to bed.
Most expensive
bringing over
piece.
our first big date with Sharon.
as of right now is actually
Mr. Kennard.
our raffle piece. And speaking of, you can get our most expensive piece for $10. This is our raffle piece. There is 42 spots available, $10 per ticket. Made by me. This is a huge fucking lava lamp. Again, you can win this for $10. You can buy multiple spots in the raffle if you are a gambling person. Mytha, we are going to do removable stems on those as well. We did talk about that, which is definitely the right way to go. If anybody would like a raffle piece, again, those are $10. We can take any form of payment except Venmo, because Venmo does not like glass blowers.
Steve's supposed to help.
Let me change out of these pants real quick. I got sweaty very quickly because of these fucking pajamas.
I'm glad my son can help you out with your big important speech. Probably that selfless.
Right, ain't it fancy? So happy to have y'all here. Appreciate each and every one of you. Give me 2 seconds. Let me change out of these pants. How much does one piece cost? It depends. Our prices vary dramatically from 50 all the way up to 500. If you have a budget, you let me know. Also, Instagram is a great place to get a basis of that. There is a live auction going on there right now. You can see what the other auctions into that as well. Auctions go cheaper for the pieces that do direct, just because that's a better opportunity to get those. There's also a bunch of pieces that we can offer direct as well. Let me know how much you got to spend and we'll make something happen.
Go!
I wonder if moving out and being on my own is going to change me. Do you think I'll get a British accent? Absolutely. Hey, wait. You know what us moving out means. What? We can get rid of the nuclear option. Oh my god. What's the nuclear option? Evidence of the worst thing we ever did.
Oh, so much better.
Sure, no matter
Yes,
how
I'm
hard
wearing a
it's
skirt.
over,
You should try it.
there was always a limit.
I don't know why I wasn't wearing this earlier. As soon as I started sweating, I was like, fuck, why am I not wearing a kilt or a skirt right now? I'm gonna plug the phone in. I've made a unicorn. We can make just about anything when it comes to like sculptures. Here's just a little sheep in small scale.
This is a bad time, but can you sign these quote cards?
It's not like we're proud of it. I mean, we were proud of it, but we're not proud of it now. The point is we can get rid of it.
I don't with every piece, but if you ask me, I can sign it.
You can be the oldest rapper soon.
I need to wipe this again. It's still a little.
This is your show. Make us proud.
There we go. Sorry about
Stay
that.
coming, except both of you were dead. What the heck? It still feels great.
All right, we are going to.
$5,000.
Oh wait, let me put the. Let me start the
You if
movie.
I wasn't desperate. Look,
Wait, hang on. First, I gotta show off. Just kidding. I don't even know if y'all play video games. Do y'all play video games? How many of y'all in here play video games? This is like being able to sit down 61 people and be like, look at this awesome fucking shot that I hit. So, y'all gotta look at this nasty fucking shot that I hit. My bad. Lost connection for a sec. Alright. Yes, I play video games. We will end up playing games ourselves as well. This is me playing. We'll do custom matches. Yeet! I am a fan of quickscoping. Quickscope this guy so hard his fucking teammate ran away from him. That made me feel good. Yeah, sorry, I had to show y'all that. Quickscope him so hard his teammate ran. We will be doing custom matches. I downloaded Multiverses. We will end up playing some Multiverses whenever I get a chance to play that. I play Apex, Warzone, played a little bit of Elden Ring, Skyrim is goated, always. I play Forza. We will get some Forza in as well for those of you who like racing games. We can get a bunch of people in the racing games, as well as custom lobbies for Warzone and Apex and Multiverses. So we've got a bunch of stuff in store, a bunch of cool things lined up. We also watch movies, which is what we're going to do now. Make sure you hit your live button. If you scroll over the screen and the button that says live is not red, you are not actually live. You're not actually watching us live. Sometimes it puts a delay on it. Last night we watched Party Monster. Tonight we are watching a movie about some fear and some loathing in Las Vegas. Written originally by Hunter S. Thompson, starring Johnny Depp and Guillermo del Toro. It is a retelling of a true story about Hunter Thompson and his lawyer gone to find the American dream in Las Vegas. This is the website to watch all the things you would like to watch. The only thing is you have to deal with pop-ups. He who makes a beast out of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man. A great quote, also a great entrance to an Avenged Sevenfold song. We back? We're back. My bad. Sorry, y'all. It was being laggy for everyone. So I just restarted the app. It says, he who makes a beast of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man. And the opening line is, we were somewhere on the edge of Barstow. Or somewhere around Barstow on the edge of the desert when the drugs began to take hold. Bro, what is... Is it YouTube then? Alright, are we back? I honestly think it's YouTube this time. Alright, god damn it. That's so fucking annoying. We just lost all of our fucking new viewers. Or anybody who is new. I genuinely appreciate y'all hanging out. Unfortunately, it's very laggy sometimes. YouTube does not like us every now and then. And then again, we're also streaming through an iPhone, so I genuinely apologize for that. We will eventually have a better streaming mechanism, a lot better and a lot more equipped than literally an iPhone. I've been looking into it already now. There's pre-built computer options. I literally only need one for streaming. And it's about 600 bucks. You can get a good streaming PC for like 600. That's so fucking annoying though. We had 70 people in here and now we have 12. I appreciate every single one of you that did stick around and are hanging out with us, but we'll give it a sec. We'll let a few people join back, see if we'll get more people in here. A good thing or a good way to tell if you're lagging or not at any given point is to look at this. If this is spinning, then you're not lagging. I've watched my own streams before and I'm like, is the fucking screen paused? And then I look at that and I'm like, okay, good. I appreciate y'all. Emmy, Roman, Lily, Sky, Mytho, Moon, thank you. Frank Hill, thank you. RK Georgia. New egg. Okay, so that's what I was going to ask, is if anybody would have a place to recommend me build one, because I'm not opposed to learning, but I don't have a whole lot of time to learn a whole new thing like computer program, or not programming, but how to build a PC. So if it's pretty straightforward, I'll do that. And I know it's cheaper.
Around Barstow, on the edge of the desert, when the drugs.
It's about to be loud. It's simple? Okay. Because I literally only need an entry-level streaming PC. Also, I'm willing to trade a custom piece for one.
Maybe you should drive.
Possibly tomorrow, Kurt. I don't have a whole lot of time to game, unfortunately.
Huge bats, all swooping and screeching and backing around the car. And the voice was screaming, "Holy Jesus, where are these goddamn animals?
Where are these goddamn animals?
Say something!" Never mind. Your turn to drive. No point mentioning these bats, I thought. Poor bastard will see them soon enough. We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high-powered blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, also a quarter tequila, quarter rum, case of beer, pint of raw ether, 2 dozen neat. Not that we needed all that for the trip, but once you get locked into a serious drug collection, the tendency is to push it as far as you can. The only thing that really worried me is ether. There is nothing in the world more helpless and irresponsible and depraved than a man in the depths of an ether binge.
Ether.
And I knew we'd get into that rotten stuff pretty soon.
It's an inhalant.
A subcommittee report says illegal drugs killed 160 American GIs last year, 40 of them in Vietnam. Drugs are still.
One dog where?
One talk over the line.
No dog at a railway station. One dog over the line.
One toke, you poor fool.
Sweet, sweet Mary.
Wait till you see those goddamn bats.
Sweet, sweet Mary. And Tobey Maguire.
What? No! Wait! We can't stop here.
We can't stop
This is
here.
back country.
Tobey Maguire. So, fun fact,
Is that right?
the art on his
No.
shirt,
I guess you're about ready then, aren't you?
With your friends? Not like the others, man. Really?
No more of that talk around with the fucking leashes, I understand.
His shirt is a Ralph Steadman art piece.
Get in.
Ralph Steadman did all the original artwork for Hunter Thompson's books.
How long can we maintain that? How long before one of us starts raving and jabbering at this boy? What will he think then?
What will he think then?
This same lonely desert was the last known home of Manson family. Will he make that grim connection when my attorney starts screaming about bats and huge manta rays coming down the car? If so, well, we'll just have to cut his head off and bury him somewhere. Because it goes without saying that we can't turn him loose. He'd report us at once to some kind of outback Nazi law enforcement agency and they'll run us down like dogs. Jesus, I said that. Interesting.
Did I say that or just think it?
Did they hear me?
Did they hear me?
Just admiring the shape of your skull. Maybe I'd better have a chat with this boy, I thought. Perhaps, if I explain things, they'll rest easy.
All right, listen. There's one thing you should probably understand. Can you hear me? Good. I want you to have all the background. This is a very ominous assignment, with overtones of extreme personal danger. I'm a doctor of journalism, man. This is important, goddammit. This is a fucking true story. Now.
Our vibrations were getting nasty. But why? Was there no communication in this car? Had we deteriorated to the level of dumb beasts?
I want you to understand that this man at the wheel of my train. He's not just some dingbat I found on the strip, man. He's a foreigner.
He's a foreigner?
Samoan. It doesn't matter, though, does it?
Are you prejudiced?
Are you prejudiced?
Hell no.
I didn't think so. Because in spite of his race, this man is extremely valuable. Oh, shit. I forgot about the beer. You want some? How about some ether?
How about some ether?
Never mind. All right. Let's get right to the heart of this thing. 24 hours ago, we were sitting
In the Pogo Lounge at the Beverly Heights Hotel. In the patio section, of course. Drinking Singapore slings with mezcal on the side. Hiding from the brutish realities of this foul year of our Lord, 1971.
That's Guillermo del Toro on the right.
Yeah.
Here, I can zoom it in. I just realized I can zoom it in more.
Oh, yeah. Oh, headquarters. One of them.
We're going to go to Las Vegas at once. In contact with the Portuguese photographer named Sir. He'll have all the details. All I have to do, check into my soundproof suite. Go sit me down. What do you want?
Sounds like real trouble. You're gonna need plenty of leave.
I'm gonna try to talk as little as possible because it's turned all the way up.
As your attorney advises you to rent a very fast car with no top. And you'll need the cocaine. Tape recorder for special news. Acapulco shirts.
Acapulco
Yeah,
shirts.
let it go in for at least 48 hours. Close my weekend.
Can y'all hear everything?
Naturally, I'm gonna have to go with you. We're gonna have to arm ourselves to the teeth.
Well, why not? The only thing worth doing. We're doing right. This is the American dream in action.
This is a true story again. Remember, this entire thing happened.
This strange torpedo all the way out.
Of course, it's embellished, but
What kind of story is this?
Limit 400. The richest off-road race for motorcycles and dune buggies in the history of organized sport. Fantastic spectacle honored some backpack row zero. Who owns the luxurious pinnacle going downtown Las Vegas? At least that's what the press release said, anyway.
Well, as your attorney, I advise you to buy a motorcycle. How else can you cover anything like this, right?
Well, we have to drill it on our own. Sure, Gonzo journalist.
Getting hold of the drugs and shirts had been no problem. But the car and tape recorder were
this
not
is
easy
literally
to
my
round
favorite
up
movie.
since
I have
Friday afternoon in
Hunter
Hollywood.
Thompson's symbol for when he ran for sheriff of Aspen. I just spit, sorry, on my forearm or my bicep here.
You just got through saying that. Do you
Oh, no worries,
realize who
Lexi.
you're talking to?
Good night, friend.
Be over in 30 minutes.
I don't know if they have.
won't make the nut unless we have unlimited credit.
Jesus
I don't think
Christ,
they'll
do
have
you?
it on here.
Do some more
Because,
drugs.
wait.
You have no faith in the essential decency of the white
Yeah,
man's
they don't have it, unfortunately.
The store was closed, but the salesman said he would wait if we heard. But we were delayed en route when a stingray in
Hang on
front of
a
us killed a pedestrian.
Let me see something.
We had trouble again with the car rentals.
Hey, we're all set. If I can just get you John Hancock, you're on your way.
Yeah?
Listen, you're gonna be real careful with this car, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Holy smokes! You just backed over a 2-foot concrete bump and you didn't even slow down. What were we doing about I don't know, 45 miles an hour backwards? Hey.
There's no harm done.
Oh?
I always test the transmission that way. The rear end for stress factors. Well, this is really a nice pendant.
Yeah. You fellas haven't been drinking, have you?
No, not me. We're responsible for We spent the rest of that night rounding up materials and packing the car. Then we ate some mess and went swimming. Our trip was different. It was to be a classic affirmation of everything right and true in the national character. A gross physical salute to the fantastic possibilities of life in this country, but only for those with true grit. And we are chock full of that.
Get right!
My attorney understands this concept despite his racial handicap. But do you? He said he understood, but I could see in his eyes that he didn't. He was lying to me.
Sorry, I swear I've got the movie on fucking Blu-ray somewhere,
This man has a bad heart.
but I cannot find it. I apologize.
But we have a cure for it. Here you go. All right. Big whip, big whip, big whip, sonny boy. Now for the doctor.
Now for the doctor. I do have a bunch of movies. From now on, we will just pick from the movies that we have, so we can turn it all the way up and put subtitles on.
Somebody call the police, we need help.
Somebody call the police, we need help.
The truth.
Truth?
We're going to Vegas. To cloak a skag baron named Savage Henry.
Poke a skag baron named Savage Henry.
For years, but it ripped us off.
And you know what that
I wish I could turn it up more.
And you know what that means.
Is Fear and Loathing on Netflix or anything?
Savage Henry has cast.
Here's Chuck.
I'm gonna rip his lungs out.
That bastard won't get away with this. I mean, what is going on in this country when a scumsucker like that can get away with sandbagging a doctor of drills? And can you tell me that? Hey, it's all right. I really don't worry about it. Wait a minute. Come back and have him here.
Wait, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna miss him.
We're gonna miss it. It says it's on Hulu. Might as well double check. Ah! No, not Fear Factor. Watch with that on. $8.99 a month. Oh wait. Start free trial. Hell yeah. Starting that free trial. We're watching it on here. And I'm just gonna cancel it. Ha! We'll start it. We'll rewind a little bit so we can put subtitles on. Oh, whoops. Good shit. Okay, perfect. Wait, this isn't it. That's Fear and Loathing in Aspen. Where's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? That's pretty cool, though. We get to watch a documentary, too. Upcoming on August 28th. Wait, what? Oh, wait, is this it? Okay, this is it. Why was that so confusing? What just happened? I didn't like what that just did to my brain. It said I couldn't have it, and then it gave it to me. I'm not a fan of that. Got arrested for stealing chia seeds? That was very stressful, wasn't it? Oh, it's in much better quality too. I can turn it up so loud. Oh, nice. We could even turn the oxygen machine on at some point too, because I can turn this up so loud. Yes. I'm just gonna start it over if that's fine with y'all. Since the quality is so much better and y'all can actually hear it now. They, them, pronouns for me, Jacob. I appreciate you, but I am from Texas. These are a few of my favorite things.
We were somewhere around Barstow, on the edge of the desert, when the drugs began to take hold.
Turning it all the way up, and it's louder than it was with the other stuff. And we have subtitles now.
I remember saying something like,
I feel a bit lightheaded. Maybe you should drive.
Can I make them bigger? Sorry, last time I'm gonna pause it, but is there options for subtitles? Can you make them bigger? Whatever.
Suddenly there was a terrible roar all around us, and the sky was full of what looked like huge bats, all swooping and screeching and diving around the car. And the voice was screaming, "Holy Jesus, God, these goddamn animals!"
Glaring there, I can see it.
Say something!
Never mind. It's your turn to drive.
No point mentioning these bats. Poor bastard will see them soon enough. We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high-powered blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, also a quarter tequila, quarter rum, a case of beer, a pint of raw ether, 2 dozen neat. Not that we needed all that for the trip, but once you get locked into a serious drug collection, the tendency is to push it as far as you can. The only thing that really worried me was the ether. There is nothing in the world more helpless and irresponsible and afraid than a man in the depths of an ether binge. And I knew we'd get into that rotten stuff pretty soon.
A House subcommittee report says illegal drugs killed 160 American GIs last year, 40 of them in Vietnam. Drugs are selling.
One dog, man!
One to go with the line!
Downtown railway station! One to go alive!
One Tokyo.
Sweet, sweet Mary!
Sweet, sweet Mary!
Wait till you see those goddamn bats, man.
Bye! Let's give that boy a lift.
Let's give that boy a lift!
Oh! We can't stop here.
I saw one, no.
This is backcountry.
This is bad.
Hot damn, I never run a convertible before!
Is that right? Well, I guess you're about ready then, aren't you?
So you're not ready then, aren't you? Right, I'm about to as well.
Really?
No more of that talk about with the fucking leashes on, you understand? Get in.
Get in.
How long can we maintain that? How long before one of us starts
I know,
screaming and
isn't he?
jabbering at this boy? What will he think then?
They're
This
all
same
very
man was the
attractive
last
in their
known
own
to
ways.
dance with them. Will he make that grim connection when my attorney starts screaming about bats and huge manta rays coming down the car? If so, well, we'll just have to cut his head off and bury him somewhere. Because it goes without saying that we can't turn him loose. He'd report us at once to some kind of outback Nazi law enforcement agency, and they'll run us down like dogs. Jesus, did I say that? I was just thinking. Was I talking? Did they hear me?
It's okay.
Did they hear
Just
me?
admiring the shape of your skull.
Maybe I'd better have a chat with this boy, I thought. Perhaps, if I explain things, he'll rest easy.
All right, listen. There's one thing you should probably understand. Can you hear me? Good. I want you to have all the background. This is a very ominous assignment, with overtones of extreme personal danger. I'm a doctor of journalism, man. This is important, goddammit. This is a fucking true story.
Get your hands up my fucking neck!
Now. Our vibrations were getting nasty. But why? Was there no communication in this car? Had we deteriorated to the level of dumb beasts?
I want you to understand that this man at the wheel is my attorney. He's not just some dingbat I found on the strip, man. He's a foreigner. I think he's probably Samoan. It doesn't matter, though, does it? Are you prejudiced?
Prejudice?
I didn't think so. Because in spite of his race, this man is extremely valuable. Oh, shit. I forgot about the beer. You want some? How about some ether?
What?
Never mind. All right. Let's get right.
Drinking Singapore slings with mezcal on the side. Hiding from the brutish realities of this foul year of our Lord, 1971.
Halfway with it full of the color we're gonna use should be enough.
Yeah. Really? No? Why not? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was headquarters. The one with the... I want me to go to Las Vegas at once. Make contact with the Portuguese photographer down in Serbia. He'll have all the details. All I have to do, check in my soundproof suite. I'll seek me out. What do you think?
Sounds like real trouble. You're gonna need plenty of legal advice before this thing is over.
Oh, yeah.
As your attorney, I advise you to rent a very fast car with no top. And you'll need the cocaine.
And you'll need the
Tape
cocaine.
recorder for special use. Acapulco shirts.
Acapulco
Yeah,
shirts.
I'll let them for at least 48 hours. Blows my weekend. Because naturally, I won't have to go with you. We won't have to arm ourselves to the teeth.
Well, why not? Maybe the things worth doing. We're doing right.
Crunch time.
This is the American dream in action.
Wait!
We'd be fools not to ride this strange torpedo all the way out of the end.
Indeed. You must.
Pop rocks, right?
Because I'm in 400.
Mythos set
The richest
nerds.
off-road race for motorcycles and dune
Those
buggies
like
in the history of
nerds, right?
organized sport. It's a fantastic spectacle in honor of some fatback Rosero. The one with the luxurious men hotel in downtown Las Vegas. At least that's what the press release said, anyway.
Well, as your attorney, I advise you to buy a motorcycle.
Well, as your attorney, I advise you to buy a motorcycle.
We'd have to come it up on our own. Sure. Gonzo journalist.
Getting hold of the drugs and shirts has been no problem. But the car and tape recorder were not easy things to round up at 6:30 on a Friday afternoon in Hollywood.
Sounds beautiful. Wait, hang on to it. Fucking A, the gentleman has a major credit card.
That's right, man. Don't take any guts from these fucking swans.
You just got through saying that. Do you realize who the fuck you're talking to?
Hey.
Do you? Be over in 30 minutes.
Remember, that's a real person in real life. So the person that Johnny Depp is portraying right now acts exactly like this. I'll show you an interview that he does. Johnny Depp portrays
They
him
don't faith in the
perfectly.
essential decency of the white man's culture. The store was closed, but the salesman said he would wait if we hurried. But we were delayed en route when a stingray in front of us killed a pedestrian.
Oh yeah, we talk about the intrusive thoughts. The forbidden lollipops, the forbidden words.
Hey, Mr. Duke, we're all set up. I can just get you John Hancock. You're on your way.
Yeah.
Listen, you're gonna be real careful with this car, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Good.
Skylar, that
Holy
meme.
smokes.
Thanks, Satan.
You just backed over a 2-foot concrete abutment. You didn't even slow down. What were we doing, about I don't know, 45 miles an hour at average? Hey.
There's no harm done.
Oh?
I always test the transmission that way, the rear end for stress factors. Well, this is really a nice pendant. Yeah.
Boy, this is really a nice
You fellas haven't
pen,
been
man.
drinking, have you?
No, not me. We're responsible people.
Goddamn hippies!
We spent the rest of that night rounding up materials and packing the car. Then we ate some mescal and went swimming.
Then we ate some mescaline and went swimming.
Our trip was different. It was to be a classic affirmation of everything right and true in the national character. A gross physical salute to the fantastic possibilities of life in this country, but only for those with true grit. And we are chock full of that, man.
We are chock full of that, man. Right. Damn right.
My attorney understands this concept despite his racial handicap. But do you? He said he understood, but I could see in his eyes that he didn't. He was lying to me.
I've seen this movie a lot. If you haven't already noticed.
Don't worry. This man has a bad heart. Angina pectoris. But we're the cure for it. Here you go. All right.
Angina pectoris.
Big whiff. Big whiff, sonny boy.
Big whiff.
Now for the doctor.
What the fuck are we doing out here in the middle of the day? Somebody call the police, we need help.
Somebody call the police, we need help.
We need help. We need help. The truth.
Truth?
Truth?
I was born in Vegas. Croak, a skag baron named Savage Henry.
It's true.
Why? Because I've known him for years, but he ripped us off.
And you know what that means.
And you know what that means, right? Savage Henry has gassed you.
There's tears of check.
I'm gonna rip his lungs out.
That bastard won't get away with this. I mean, what is going on in this country when a scumsucker like that can get away with sandbagging a doctor of journalism? Can you tell me that?
Swung the fly swatter at him.
Wait a minute! Come on down here! Well, I'm gonna miss him. Lord,
Did you see his eye?
we have to get out of California before they can't find a cop. Come on, scoot over, you fat bastard. Oh, shit. It was absolutely imperative we get to the Mint Hotel before the deadline for press registration. Otherwise, we might have to pay for our suite.
The coke!
Jesus. Did you see what God just did to us?
You gotta see that again, because you're probably looking at the piece.
Jesus. Did you see what God just did to us, man?
God didn't do that, you did it. You're a fucking narcotics agent. I do it.
You see what God just did to us, man?
You better be careful. Little vultures out here, they'll pick your bones clean before morning.
You fucking whore.
Here's your half of the sunshine acid.
Here's your half of the sunshine acid. That was 8. That was 8 hits
How long do I have?
of high-powered blotter acid.
It'll be a goddamn miracle if we can get there before you turn into a wild animal. Are you ready for that? Checking into a Vegas hotel under a phony name with intent to commit capital fraud and a head full of acid? I sure hope so.
30 minutes. It was going to be very close.
But she's all you'd ever want. She's the kind that like to flaunt and take the deal.
She always knows her place. She's got style, she's got grace. She's a wave. She's a lady. Oh, 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 she's a lady. Don't need a little lady.
Come on, take the ticket. Busy.
Take the ticket.
Come on, take the ticket.
Come on, take the
Take
ticket.
it. Take the ticket.
I need this, right?
I
I
need
remember
this,
your
right?
face.
There is no way to explain the terror I felt.
I moved the TV forward a little bit, which is why I felt it just there, just to be sure.
My blood is too thick for Nevada. I've never been able to properly explain myself in this climate. What good are they? Be quiet, be calm. Name, rank, and press affiliation. Nothing else.
16 years old. They chopped her goddamn head off right there in the park.
Chop her goddamn head off right there in the lobby.
They wrapped a penal claim on
One of the best visual representations of acid I've ever seen. That right
Ignore
there.
this terrible drug.
What's happening right now?
Yeah. Pretend it's not happening.
Hi there!
Hi there!
My name? Well, do. On the list. Relax. On wisdom. The recovery. I have my attorney. With me?
Don't worry. By the way, I'm reading chat, y'all. I'm just not responding so I don't talk over the movie, by the way.
Yes. What's the next week? What's the score here?
What's the score here?
What's next?
Your suite isn't ready yet, but someone was looking for you.
No, we haven't done anything yet. Move.
I
We
can't.
haven't even done anything yet.
This man suffers from a bad heart. I have plenty of medicine. Prepare a suite at once. We'll be in the vault.
My attorney. Don't look in the mirror.
I like the way you did that.
Come on.
What the hell?
Let's get some peanuts.
I have a lot of mannerisms from this show. Y'all will see me do a lot of things from this show. A lot of mannerisms I picked up from this show, or from this movie.
Who's the servant? Servant? Yeah, 3 floors on the 12th floor. On the 12th, 15th. Servant.
I couldn't remember. The name rang a bell, but I couldn't concentrate. Terrible things were happening all around us.
Order some golf shoes.
Order some golf
Otherwise, we'll
shoes.
never get out of this place alive. Impossible to walk in this muck. No footing at all.
No footing at all.
I was right in the middle of a fucking reptile zoo. And somebody was giving booze to these goddamn things. Won't be long now before they tear us to shreds.
Tell me about the fucking golf shoes. Jesus God Almighty! Look at that bunch over there, man. They spot us.
That's the press table, man. You know, just sign in for her credentials. Okay? You ready? Are you ready? Come on, hurry up.
Wait, no, don't leave me.
Don't leave me here.
2 sandwiches. 2 more club sandwiches. 1, 2, 3, 4 shrimp cocktails.
4 shrimp cocktails.
9
Vitamin C.
you know, 4 chicken.
There's a big machine in the sky. Kind of a
quarter brown.
electric snake coming straight at him.
Shoot it.
Shoot it.
Not yet. Just want to study its habits.
Not yet. I want to study its habits.
Here are your leaders. I need the card. I need to return with the card. Thank you, but the card needs to go back. I'll be back.
Fuck, I'm hit.
I leave you alone for 3 minutes. You start waving that goddamn Marlin spike around yelling about reptiles.
What are you talking about now?
You scare the shit out of those people. They were ready to call the cops.
Scared the shit out of those people.
You're lucky I came back in time.
Don't come near me. Don't fucking hear me.
Don't hear me. Remember, he's on 8 tabs of acid right now.
They gave us press passes
That's
to get you out of there.
pure acid from back in the day.
Oh, God, what's up?
Oh God, what's that?
Straighten you right out.
Someone knock on the
Is that the
door.
door?
Just a minute.
Oh, shit.
Oh, also, real quick. So, y'all remember that scene just now of the fucking reptile zoo, quote unquote? The dinosaurs, the dinosaur orgy? So, what I meant earlier by Tobey Maguire was wearing a shirt with art by Ralph Steadman. Hunter Thompson, who is the writer of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, commissioned Ralph Steadman to bring his words to life in picture. And did illustrations for the movie, did illustrations for the book as well. And I'm going to show you a couple of those that are actually in the book. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Hunter S. Thompson is the author of this book and who this true story is about. Remember again, this is a true story. So, this little guy, I don't know if you won't be able to see, I can't even take it off there, but this is how Ralph Steadman, who Hunter Thompson and Ralph Steadman dropped massive and massive amounts of drugs together and talked about this book, literally what we're watching right now. We were somewhere around the edge of Barstow, or around Barstow on the edge of the desert when the drugs began to take hold. I remember saying something like, I feel a bit lightheaded, maybe you should drive. Literally, word by word, it is Johnny Depp reading this and then it brought to life. A true story. This is the depiction of Raoul Duke, or our main antagonist. This is what Ralph Steadman drew him as. And as you can see, he's right here on my torch. Also, oops. I don't know if you can see, but he's right there above me as well. So, this movie, Ralph Steadman, Hunter Thompson, this all is very, very important to me. And we'll show you some more of the artwork. This is how Ralph depicted the drive-in to Las Vegas, so what we just saw. That's Raoul Duke and Dr. Gonzo. If y'all are familiar and can remember, those are the names of my chickens. I don't know if y'all remember that. Raoul Duke and Dr. Gonzo are the names of my chickens. Let's see. There's them entering Las Vegas. Where's the one I want to show you? Here's Tobey Maguire. Again, this all took place long before the movie was made. This drawing, the story, all of this happened maybe 20 years before the movie was made. The movie was made in 98. This took place in the late 60s. You see the, yeah. Very political. But it's literally Tobey Maguire. There's another quick depiction. I'll keep doing this too. The further we go, I'll keep pausing it. Here's a depiction of one of the people in the lobby. Or had he made it to the lobby? Yeah, they did make it to the lobby, didn't they? Yeah, here is the reptile orgy. Or the dinosaur orgy, as he described it. And he said, and somebody was giving alcohol to these damn creatures. And they were ankle deep in blood, as he saw it and as he described it. This is what he saw. And so that's what we just went through. That was what we just saw happen, and we're approaching. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's where we are right now. The reptile zoo orgy. And again, this is a true story. This actually happened. This is a retelling of Hunter Thompson and his lawyer dropping a bunch of acid and being on a bunch of drugs, being in Las Vegas, but technically they were supposed to be on a job. Hunter Thompson is a professional writer and was given a job to cover the motorcycle race. That was the call he got at the beginning of the movie. He got a call from his job to say he needed to go to Las Vegas to cover a motorcycle race that he took his lawyer along with as well. Yes, the book is very, 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 very good. All of so the way Johnny Depp is speaking, the way he's reciting it is word for word. This is the way Hunter Thompson writes. It's the way I speak, the way that I speak. It's the way I am, the way that I am. I've read these books so many times. I've seen this movie so many times. It's literally been imprinted on me. You'll see my mannerisms throughout this movie. But just the way that he speaks is so eloquent. It's so descriptive, and it's so raw and gritty too. At times he gives such descriptive words where other people would have just said what it was, and it really paints the picture of it, and it adds a whole lot to what we're watching as well. But yes, I will keep pulling up the different pictures and the depictions that Ralph Steadman had of the time that they used to make this movie. Remember, they used the book as a reference and the art from Ralph Steadman as references for the shots in the movie. Hunter Thompson was forefront and there the entire time while they were making this movie. Yes. Also, remember, I don't know if you might not have been there when we were talking about it. Hunter Thompson was not a good man, just like Aleister Crowley, but had great teachings. Had amazing things. Also succumbed to drugs and addiction, as we're seeing here. Let's get it.
Hi. I'm Lacerda, your photographer.
Back there.
Duke. Hi. Lacerda, your photographer. You're not Portuguese.
You're not Portuguese.
Too bad you guys checking in. Oh man, what a sight. Husqvarnas, Yamahas, DMZs, Kawasaki,
Mustangs,
Fireballs, a couple of Triumphs here and there, a CZ, all very fast.
All very fast.
What a race it's gonna be.
I was gonna say, I heard this cracking
I'm gonna let
over
myself
there,
out.
which is okay
We know what you're up
for
to.
now. Do you hear it crackling? Because that's just the inside stuff. Oh, just kidding. No, it's not.
I'm gonna tell you. He's lying to us. I can see in his eyes.
That's okay. I learned my lesson. But y'all get to see on the inside of this. Now hear me out.
The racers were ready at dawn. Very tense. In some circles,
The glass
400
gods
is a
must
far,
be
far better thing than the
appeased
Super Bowl,
from time to
the
time.
Kentucky Derby, and the Lower Oakland Roller Derby finals all rolled into one.
We'll pull out the kiln for
This
the next
race
stuff we
attracts a
do.
very special breed.
Just so we don't risk that.
Fuck off.
Alright, mini kiln we're gonna pull out.
It was time to get grounded, to ponder this rotten assignment and figure out how to cope with it. It was time to do the job. Those of us who had been up all night were in no mood for coffee and donuts. We wanted strong drink. We were, after all, the absolute cream of the national sporting press.
Look at this little mini kiln. Isn't it so cute?
We were gathered here in Las Vegas at this very special moment in sport. When it comes to a thing like this, you don't fool around.
It's just beautiful. Money plays, money plays.
Kill the body, the head will die. All these Fraser fights.
Shoot the body and the head will die.
Upper end of the 60s. Allie beaten by a human hamburger.
Both Kennedys murdered by mutants.
Yeah, we'll be able to recycle this. I'll melt it all back in and we'll use this as, we always make positives out of negatives. We'll be able to recycle that and use it as the bodies of frogs and turtles. Because you know how frogs and turtles have usually the same colors of the surrounding area that they're in. So now they got a little camouflage. We'll camouflage them from predators. Just in case. You never know what's lurking. Oh, I needed to fix the zoom. Because I swapped back, I remember. My bad. Oops. Right there. So that is
something
what
like
he's on
190 more
assignment
bikes
there
waiting to
for.
start.
He's there to
They were
cover,
due to go off 10 at a time, every 2 minutes.
to write about that race.
God damn it, what day is it?
What up, Ezra?
More like Sunday.
No worries, friend. We're happy to see you. Happy to have you here.
Oh,
Look at, he's got a little slit in the thing for his cigarette.
By 10, they were spread out all over the course. It was no longer a race. Now it was an endurance contest. The idea of trying to cover this race in any conventional precedence was absurd.
hey! It's Pretty Brian! What? Come on in! I'm just gonna try different combinations of legends and souls until I find something that works in this dust! That's fucking machine gun!
That's fucking machine guns.
Machine gun! Goddamn war zone, get this out of here quick! Quick, man! Quick, we're gonna be killed for fuck's sake! Where's the damn race?
Beats me, man. We're just good patriotic Americans like yourself.
What outfit you fellas with?
What outfit you fellas
Oh,
with?
sporting friends. We're friendly. Hired geek. Yeah. Good luck, gentlemen. Freaks, take me back to the pits.
No! We have to go on! We need total coverage!
It was time, I felt, for an agonizing reappraisal of the whole scene. You're fired. Awful jackass.
Awful jackass.
I don't want to see you again.
Sorry, I'm a perfectionist.
The race was definitely underway. I witnessed the start, and was sure
There
about
we go. Look at that. It's perfect.
But what now? What comes next?
What comes next? Remember, they're still pretty much on drugs this entire time. Like, you don't come down off 8 hits of acid. Like, very quickly at all. That would be like a lot. Yeah, a lot.
Last taste this cool, different flavor. Oh yes, this is what it's all about.
Total control. Tooling along the main drag on a Saturday night in Vegas. Two good old boys in a fire apple red convertible. Stoned. Ripped. Twisted. Good people.
Hot shot. That sounds heavy. 29-cent hot dogs.
Well, what are we doing here? Are we here to entertain ourselves or do the job?
Of course. Here we go. The crab Louis and a quart of real Peter's Muscatel for $3. Your attorney had advice you to drive over to the Tropicana.
Is your attorney?
That Lombardo is in the Blue Room with Royal Canadian.
Why?
Why? Why what?
Well, why should I pay my hard-earned dollars to watch a fucking corpse? I don't know about you, but in my line of business, it's important to be happy.
What the hell do you think you're doing? This is not a parking area. You've got to move your car. You can't park your car here. Excuse me, sir.
What?
You can't park. Hey, you can't park your car here.
Is this not a reasonable place to park?
Is this not a reasonable place to park?
Sidewalk. It's the sidewalk. It's not a parking area.
Debbie Reynolds, you can't park at the sidewalk. Seems like a hot ticket.
Is this not a reasonable place to park?
We're late for the show.
We're friends of Debbie.
This was Bob Hope's turf. Frank Sinatra's. Spiro Agnew. The place fairly reeked of high-grade formica and plastic palm trees. Clearly, a high-class refuge for big spenders.
We started the show stage? Yes, all right. Sorry, sir. We're late for the show. Full house. Sorry.
Drove all the way from late for the show.
I said there were no seats left, sir. At any price. Frog seats.
We're friends with Debbie. I used to romp with her.
I used to romp with her.
Are you prepared for the But I want to talk to you for a second here. Your attitude constitutes a breach of faith.
All right.
That's illegal.
My name? Tony Pizzicato.
Tony Pizzicato.
Tony Pizzicato.
What may I ask is your name, sir?
Oh my God.
Shrooms is fun. It's so.
In the back.
I would recommend you got to watch that part because I do this a lot. If you're ever doing anything with me, I go wow, and I go like this a lot. I do that. I do what he does a lot because I've been on drugs a lot while watching this movie and reading the books. One of my favorite things back in the day was going and dropping. And when I lived in Austin, my next door neighbor actually synthesized. And we used to go over there, he would drop liquid onto my tongue, and I would have enough time to drive to Barton Springs, the river in Austin, park, walk to the river, and I would start reading Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And I would read it for as long as I could until I couldn't read anymore. Because after a while, the words just kind of like start going like this. And so it literally imprinted on me. The stories that they tell literally fucking bored holes in my brain. And so the way he moves and the mannerisms and stuff, like, I very much modeled a lot of myself after, unwillingly most of the time too. I Pavloved myself with a lot of it. So anytime he did that, woo, yeah, that, and you don't even realize you do it. That.
Oh my God.
Excuse you in, sir. You have to stand in the back.
After a lot of bad noise.
Oh, and what I was gonna say, can't do Lucy anymore. Well, I can. I shouldn't say that I can't. I prefer mushrooms right now because you can measure the dosage a lot easier than you can with Lucy. Not to knock it or anything, but also as soon as you get locked into an LSD trip, it's a solid 8 hours unless you've got barbiturates to bring you out of it. With boomers, shroomies, you can really manage how much you're intaking, and anytime you don't really feel like doing what you're doing anymore, you eat some food. And that level goes back down. It's a lot more manageable, it's a lot less anxiety inducing in my opinion. There's times and places for both of them. But yeah, I would read Fear and Loathing Las Vegas at Barton Springs, the river, or the Green Belt in Austin, where there's a secret cave that I would go and hang out in all day long after dropping. And yeah, would read until I couldn't read anymore.
Sin for nothing, provided we would stand quietly at the back and not smoke.
Excellent.
We got the little mini kiln warming up right now. I know, isn't it? We hate TikTok. They got kicked out that quick. They closed the door and then went right back out. I honestly kind of prefer throwing up whenever, because you know it's going to hit you even harder after that. Because you go, and then you lift your head up and you go,
Piece of shit! Oh. Maurice, they got just a fucking bum in that place.
fucking circus. They go to the worst place possible while on drugs.
Yeah, this is the place, man. They'll never fuck with it here.
This is the place, man.
Where's ether?
Where's the ether? The mescaline's not working. A classic mistake. And okay, so I'll try to explain all the different substances and stuff. At the very beginning, they went through an entire list of the different things they had, including but not limited to mescaline, which is peyote, amyls, which is what they're cracking and sniffing, which is poppers, ether, which they call devil's ether, which is I'm just making sure, I'm putting my hand over this because there's a lot of stuff around here, and the heat comes out this way. I want to make sure we don't burn fucking Excalibur here. Ether, which is a dissociative, you inhale it, and it separates you from your body. Obviously, cocaine, the alcohol, they do have heroin as well, hashish, they have literally everything. But right now they're on the acid still from on the way in. They dropped mescaline, and he says he doesn't feel it, so he's asking for the ether. And again, ether is a industrial solvent that you inhale.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Oh, devil ether.
Devil's ether.
It makes you behave like the village drunkard in some early Irish novel. Total loss of all basic motor skills. Blurred vision, no balance, numb tongue. The mind recoils in horror, unable to communicate with the spinal column. Which is interesting because you can actually watch yourself behaving in this terrible way, but you can't control it. You approach the turnstiles and know that when you get there, you have to give the man $2 or he won't let you inside. But when you get there, everything goes wrong. Some angry Rotarian shoves you and you think, what's happening here? What's going on? And you hear yourself mumbling.
Don't expect a fault. No fault of mine.
Ether is the perfect drug for Las Vegas. In this town, they love a drug. Fresh meat. Come on, buddy. So they put us through the turnstiles and turned us loose inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, visitors of Asia's Babazuko.
Okay, perfect place to pause and do some more art or show you the art in the book. But also, real quick, you just have to see what Hunter Thompson looks like in real life and how perfect of a character Johnny Depp is playing right now.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get
not
personalized
having
terms.
them not dehydrated is even better in my opinion. Here's Ralph Steadman, and Hunter is driving. That's real life. That's the real life person.
Tell me the one. Come on. Come on. Hey, wait a minute.
This is when they're meeting to talk about the art for the movie, or the art for the book.
Dr. Hunter Thompson and Ralph Steadman have worked together on articles
Look
in
at how he
Rolling
walks,
Stone
like,
magazine.
even, like, everything.
Hunter's adventures as a journalist have elevated him to a kind of cult hero. His articles are obsessed with a vision of America gone rotten. The phrase fear and loathing appears in nearly all his titles, an indication of the violence and paranoia that marks his work and has become associated with his personality. His reputation gives him access to just about every major figure in politics, show business, and sport. Hunter's influence as a political commentator is recognized by all leading politicians.
Isn't it so good?
And his support for President Carter's election platform is credited with swaying young American voters in Carter's favor. Yet this man is an ex-Hells Angel, whose work is marked by a celebration of violence, drug-taking, and personal risk. In 1970, he stood for political office as sheriff of his hometown of Aspen, Colorado.
Sheriff of his hometown.
He called himself Freak Power Candidate.
Freak Power.
He was only narrowly defeated.
Freak Power. We'll watch this whole thing at some point.
And I think the original reason was to prove it to myself that the American dream really is. And I think that.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I didn't believe it until now, and I'm not sure that this is really the proof of it. It's very hard to, to have a bald-headed lunatic. I'll do that for the cameras. I've already made up my mind, as a matter of fact. This is my last trip in politics.
He shaved his head while running as the sheriff for Aspen. Again, this is the symbol that he used as to run as the sheriff to immediately recognize him as a freak. Anything with two thumbs is immediately recognizable as a freak. He shaved his head so during the debates with the current sheriff, he could say, my long-haired opponent, because at the time long-haired hippies were bad, so he shaved his head completely because the sheriff had obviously a buzz cut, and so he could say, my long-haired opponent. And yeah, he barely lost. He that close to winning, but how perfect of a character.
For this kind of politics, I assure you I'll be in other kind of politics. I'm not sure which way I'll go. It'll be one or the other. It won't be down this middle anymore.
Yep, perfect depiction of the character, but yes, a former Hells Angels in the sense that he rode with the Hells Angels to write about them. He coined the term Gonzo journalism, which means in it, like what yourself. You put yourself in it, so you write about it as a person in it. So he went on the campaign trail during the Nixon campaign. He wrote about the campaign trail and all the intricacies of the press and all of what goes on there, called Fear and Loathing in the Campaign Trail. Wrote about this, Fear and Loathing Las Vegas. Wrote about the Hells Angels. Wrote about a whole bunch of really, really cool things, and was actually a major contributor to the Rolling Stones for the majority of his life. Yeah. But the
Casino
depiction
Circus
depicted
proudly
perfectly.
presents the Flying Fellinis.
Perfect timing. Perfect fucking timing. Here's where they just walked into, and this is the Flying Fellinis. This is what he saw when he walked in. Perfect timing. What's his name? Mini-Me. Werner. Mike. Mini-Me. Mini-Me is Mini-Me's name. Vern Troyer. R.I.P. Vern Troyer.
A drug person can learn to cope with things like seeing their dead grandmother crawling up their leg with a knife in her tooth. But nobody should be asked to handle this trip. Gonzo circus is what the whole hep world will be doing.
Is it back? Is it still lagging? Or are we good? Let me check. Looks like frames per second bits are holding constant. Did y'all miss that? The little. Okay, we back here. I'll scooch it. Just like 10 seconds. Remember, it turns different colors when it's hot. R.I.P. Vern Troyer.
A drug person can learn to cope with things like seeing their dead grandmother crawling up their leg with a knife in her tooth. But nobody should be asked to handle this trip.
Nobody should be asked to handle this.
Gonzo circus is what the whole hep world will be doing Saturday night when the Nazis have won the war. This was the 6th round.
6th round.
Step up to this man, tap! There's 997. Your life will be here 200 feet tall on the street over downtown Las Vegas. There's 994. You got a voice message. Say whatever you want, fella. Oh, here's your life. 200 feet tall.
The evil was wearing off. The acid was long gone. But the mescaline was running strong. Good mescaline comes on slow. The first hour's all waiting. And then about halfway through its second hour, they start cursing the creep who burned you because nothing's happened. And then
The mescaline is hitting.
I hate to
That's what he said. He said the mescaline is hitting.
This place is getting to me. I think I'm getting the fear.
I'm getting the fear.
nonsense. We came here to find the American dream.
That's what they used to call a bad
you want to
trip.
quit. You must realize, we found the main nerve.
That's what gives me the fear.
Look. There's two women fucking a polar bear.
There's two women fucking a polar bear.
No, man.
Don't tell me things like that.
This is my last drink. How much money can you lend me?
Not much. Why?
I have to go.
No?
Yeah. Leave the country.
Oh, calm down. Shit. You'll be straight in a few hours. Just sit the fuck down.
Fuck right, man. This is serious.
Don't tell me things like that, man. Not right now.
Okay. I'll lend you some money.
Come with me. I'm only fast.
Okay. Let's pay this bill. Yeah, very slowly. I think it's gonna be a long walk.
Bye, sir.
Do they pay you to screw that bear?
Do they pay you to screw that bear?
What? What the fuck did he say to me?
He's wrong.
You better take care of your friend.
Madam, sir, baby, a child, whatever. Here, take this.
This should be enough.
All right, come on, let's go downstairs and get home.
You guys don't fucking give up.
Where'd he go? Where did he go? Good.
What is the thing to stop? Stop it! Stop it!
It's not ever gonna stop. Don't move, you'll come around.
He's stuck.
Come on. Let go. Quick, like a bunny. Come on. Come on. Oh, you Exactly! Chicken shit bastard! You go, let's go.
Son of a bitch.
Come on.
Go away.
Come on. All right, you stay here and go to jail. I'm leaving. Come on, you fiend.
Come on, you fiend.
Nothing, I want nothing.
You see that?
Come on.
Son of a bitch just kicked me in the back.
You see that? Somebody just kicked me in the back.
Bartender. What stopped you? You said the waitress.
Hours ago, kill me.
Holy moly.
Bisexuals are gonna kill me.
The bisexuals are gonna kill me.
Yeah, where's the elevator?
Who the fuck? Don't go near the elevator, man. It's just what they want us to do.
Don't go to the elevator, man. It's just what they want you to do.
Come here.
They got the monkey in the KKK outfit.
They'd like any excuse to shoot us.
Hey, Dwight. I think there's something wrong with me.
This is not a good town for psychedelic drugs. Extremely menacing
The
vibrations were all
bisexuals are
around.
gonna kill me.
We finally made it to the room, but the key wouldn't open the door.
The key wouldn't open the door. It's the wrong fucking room.
Change your lock on us, man.
They must have changed the locks on us.
They probably searched your room. Jesus Christ.
Look out! Look out!
Where did this one come from?
Where did this one come from?
Yeah, I thought with my knee now.
What for?
What for? So we can go up there and blast him out of bed with the fire hose, man.
I think we should leave that poor bastard alone. He told me he was going to turn in early, so...
Good. He got a hold of my woman, man.
Got a hold of my woman, man.
Blonde groupie with a film crew? Shit. Think you sodomized her?
That's right, laugh about it.
You're leaving your eyes shut right now, man.
You goddamn hunters are all the same. Goddamn one.
That movie ditches right there.
Look at that big fucker.
Room service sent it up. I needed something to cut the lines, man.
Let's test how loud it is with the oxygen machine real quick. Y'all let me know if you hate it or not, okay? That's just a beep at the beginning.
Oh! Now, Professor, man. You got a hold of my baby, yeah.
Give it a
I
sec.
remembered the girl. We'd had a problem with her in the elevator a few hours earlier. My attorney had made a fool of himself.
Is it manageable?
Must be a rider.
Okay, good. Cameron Diaz.
She's a student.
What class are you in?
Class? The last? Do you want?
What do you ride? See, we're here getting a little footage on the race for television series. I thought maybe we could use you.
Oh, use me? All right,
Mother of God, I thought. Here it comes.
I went to big fuckers, big one. A really big fucker, yeah.
Mentioned Black Shadow. We're with the factory team.
What's it?
What?
What's it?
Mm-hmm.
Acting is some kind of ignorant chicken shit. Move over, man.
I know, isn't she that hair too?
Pink motherfucker. I can show you better than I can tell you. Got a light?
You got a light? He's so hot in this too, just so confident and toxic. Give it to me.
Put this one away.
Everything that's bad for me.
Keep coming. You want to press it? Oh, press it.
next time, Roman.
Where's the knife one?
What? Hey, come on. In my pocket. God damn it. It's serious now. That girl understood, man. She fell in love with me, man. Eye contact, man.
It's the eye contact.
Straight down, fucker. I'll take the blame.
It's the eye contact, man.
Just leave that weird fucker alone. Come on.
You made a deal with him?
When you made a deal with him?
You could have walked her up. Huh?
All right, look. You better put that goddamn blade away, man. Get your fucking head straight. I'm gonna go get the car washed.
One of the things you learn after years of dealing with drug people is that you can turn your back on a person, but never turn your back on a drug.
You can turn your back on a person, but you can never turn your back on a drug. The same thing that Biggie Smalls said, your mama stood that ass up properly gassed up. Same sentiment, different words. Thank you.
Especially when it's waving a razor-sharp hunting knife in your eye. What was I doing? What was the meaning of this trip? Was I just roaming around in a drug frenzy of some kind? Or had I really come out here to Las Vegas to work on a story? Who are these people? These faces? Where do they come from? They look like caricatures of used car dealers from Dallas. And sweet Jesus, there are a hell of a lot of them at 4:30 on a Sunday morning.
Jesus.
Still humping the American dream. That vision of the big winner somehow emerging from the last-minute pre-dawn chaos of a stale Vegas casino.
Fine. Yeah, at least 4 o'clock usually. Between 3 and 5 every night.
Just wheels, spinning the wheel, spinning the wheel, make me rich, be very rich.
That's 10.
Oh, you bastard!
Sorry.
No. Calm down. Learn to enjoy losing.
Learn to enjoy losing. See the fist?
The fucking great deluge in here. Don't touch it. You alone. Don't fuck with it, man.
It's my favorite scene in the entire movie.
Oh, God. Did you eat all this acid?
Did you eat all this acid?
Music!
That's right.
You better pray to God there's some Thorazine in that bag. Otherwise, you're in bad fucking trouble.
Music, man.
Little insight, Thorazine is a dissociative, or not a dissociative, is a depressant. If you're ever having a bad trip, you need a barbiturate or a depressant to take you out of it. So he said, you better fucking hope there's a downer in here because you're about to be on a fucking hell of a trip.
That tape on?
Oops, fuck. He said, put the tape on.
Hey, man, put that tape on.
What's it?
Jefferson Airplane.
Jefferson Airplane.
You're rising sound. We're doomed.
White Rabbit,
I'll leave
Jefferson
here in 2
Airplane.
hours. Then we're gonna come up here and beat the mortal shit out of you. We sat right there in that fucking club. Just do me one last favor, will you? Give me 2 hours. Don't ask me. 2 hours to sleep. In this respect, it's gonna be a very difficult.
I'll give you all the time, man.
Execution? You don't want that.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. And the white knight is talking backwards, and the red queen is off with her head. Got the box. Help!
He's doing himself.
Can I coach you that fantastic note? When gravity finds its own arrow, I want you to throw that fucking radio into jump with me.
Fuck, you're going completely sideways. That'll blast you right through the wall. You'll be stone dead in 10 seconds. Fuck, they'll make me explain things.
They'll make me explain things.
Alright, sit down. Back this up. I'll flip.
Still got that fucking knife.
Don't make me use it. Right.
Y'all still with me? Just being quiet chat for a sec.
You want me to throw this thing into the tub when White Rabbit peaks? Is that it?
I didn't even think I was gonna have to go outside and do one of that goddamn mates to do.
I'll do it.
Get one of the mates to do it.
You ready?
Well, logic.
Close your eyes.
Good portion.
Yeah, good boy.
Hi, buddy.
Why? God damn it, you're wasting my time!
Hiya, man. Close those peepers.
9.
He said he was gonna throw it in after peak, and it's plugged into the wall. He threw an orange at him. Bear mace!
You'd do that, wouldn't you?
Well, why not?
You fucking bastard!
Hell, just a minute ago, ready me to kill you. Now you want to kill me? I should do that. Damn it. Oh, please!
Boy, are you upset? You came apart, man. Oh, the cops.
There's no choice. I wouldn't dare go to see you wandering around with a head full of acid and wanted to slice me with that goddamn knife.
Who said anything about slicing you up? I just wanted to cut a little C in your forehead.
This one's got a little C on her forehead.
Get back in the tub. Eat some reds and try to calm down.
Take some reds. Reds is reds.
Shit, man, do whatever you gotta do. Please. Need some fucking rest, man, please. Please. Get up, you big fucker! Up! Up! Up!
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You need to get to work. Goddamn, what a bummer.
What a bummer.
You scurvy, shyster bastard. I'm a doctor of journalism now.
Let me keep you up.
Clean your shorts! Clean your shorts, goddammit, like a big boy! Go on!
Clean your shorts, goddammit!
The acid had shifted gears on me. The next phase would probably be one of those hellishly intense introspective nightmares. 4 hours or so of catatonic despair.
Drugs.
Ignore the nightmare in the bathroom. Just another ugly refugee from my love generation.
That's either hash or meth.
My attorney had never been able to accept the notion, often espoused by former drug abusers, that you can get a lot higher without drugs than with them. And neither have I, for that matter. San Francisco acid. I recall one night in a place called the Matrix. There I was. Oh, God. There I am.
Hunter Thompson cameoing in his own movie as himself. How fucking meta is that? And I'm using meta more and more lately. I used to say it as like a fucking joke, but y'all are hearing me say it more and more lately. Because this is literally so meta. It's Hunter Thompson as himself, looking at himself as Hunter Thompson. Amazing.
Holy fuck. Clearly I was a victim of the drug explosion. A natural street freak, just eating whatever came by. I decided to eat only half of the acid.
It does always start ironically.
But I spilled the rest on the sleeve of my red woolen shirt.
He spilled all that acid on his shirt. Him walking like that.
What's the trouble?
What's the trouble?
Well, all this white stuff on my sleeve is LSD.
With a bit of luck, his life was
always
ruined
thinking
forever.
Just behind some narrow door in all his favorite bars. Men in red woolen shirts are getting incredible kicks from things he'll never know.
Men in red woolen shirts, and behind every bar's double doors, men in red woolen shirts were getting kicks he would never know. I guess, so this is another one of my favorite scenes. I talked over it for a sec. We're going to just play that one more time.
With a bit of luck, his life was ruined forever. Always thinking that just behind some narrow door in all his favorite bars, men in red woolen shirts are getting incredible kicks from things he'll never know. Strange memories of this nervous night in Las Vegas. Has it been 5 years?
Funny stuff.
6? It seems like a lifetime. The kind of peak that never comes again. San Francisco in the middle 60s was a very special time and place to be a part.
With luck, his life was ruined.
But no explanation. No mix of words or music or memories can touch that sense of knowing that you were there and alive in that corner of time in the world. Whatever it meant.
Whatever it meant. Talking about the 60s. Just being there meant something.
There was madness in any direction, at any hour. You could strike sparks anywhere. There was a fantastic universal sense that whatever we were doing was right, that we were winning. And that, I think, was the handle. That sense of inevitable victory over the forces of old and evil. Not in any mean or military sense. We didn't need that. Our energy would simply prevail. We had all the momentum. We were riding the crest of a high, beautiful wave. So now, less than 5 years later, you can go up on a steep hill in Las Vegas and look west. And with the right kind of eyes, you can almost see the high water mark. That place where the wave finally broke and rolled back.
Such a beautiful fucking rider. By the right kind of eyes, he meant on drugs. Good night, Jacob.
Good morning, sir.
What do you want? What do you want? Get out. Line and roll. Get out. Get the fuck out. What? Stay all right, do it. Hurry up.
He's got a Z on his forehead.
Say nothing to no one.
Oh no, Mytho.
The decision to flee came suddenly. Or maybe not. Maybe I planned it all along, subconsciously waiting for the right moment. The bill was a factor, I think, because I had no money to pay for it.
Because I had no money to pay for it.
Our room service tabs had been running somewhere between $29 and $36 per hour. For
29
consecutive hours.
$36 an hour.
Incredible.
In the 60s.
How could it happen? But by the time I asked this question, there was no one around to answer. That rotten attorney of mine, Dr. Gonzo, was gone. He must have sensed trouble. See? Panic. It crept
That's
up my
gonna be
spine,
one of my
first rising vibes
Halloween
of an
costumes.
acid
The lizard tail, the Z on the
All
forehead.
these horrible realities began to dawn on me.
I want one of those lizard tails.
Here I was.
Oh wait, no, he didn't have one. Just kidding.
Alone in Las
Not
Vegas.
lizard tail yet.
Completely twisted on drugs. No cash, no story for the magazine, and on top of everything else, a gigantic goddamn hotel bill to deal with. I didn't even know who'd won the race.
He just turned around and faced the
Maybe
wall.
nobody. How would Horatio Alger have handled this situation? Stay calm. Stay calm. I'm a relatively respectable citizen. Multiple felon, perhaps, but certainly not dangerous.
Multiple felon, perhaps.
Luckily, I had taken the soap and grapefruit and other luggage out to the car a few hours earlier. Now, it was only a matter of slipping the noose.
Hey, wait.
Sir? What? This telegram came for you. Well, actually, it's not for you. It's for somebody named Thompson, but it says care of Raffle. Do you? Does that mean anything? Yes, it means a lot. Thanks. I checked the register for this man Thompson. We don't show him, but I figured he might be part of your team.
Oh, he is. Don't worry, I'll get it.
Yeah. What confused us was Dr. Gonzo's signature on the telegram from Los Angeles when we knew he was right here in the hotel.
Right. You did the right thing. Never try to understand a press message. Not half the time we use codes, especially with Dr. Gonzo. See you.
Tell me. When will the doctor be away?
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Well, my manager, Mr. Heem, would like to meet him. It's nothing unusual. Mr. Heem likes to meet all of our large accounts. Put them on a personal basis, you know? Just a chat and a handshake, you understand?
Of course, but if I were you, I would leave the doctor alone until after he's eaten his breakfast because he's a very crude man.
Jesus, I got cherries.
But he will be available, huh? Maybe later this morning? Look, The telegram is actually all scrambled. It's actually from Thompson, not to him. All right, now I've got to go. I've got to get to the race.
You know, but there's no hurry. The race is over.
Not for me.
Well,
Not for me.
Radio, man, radio.
Radio man.
Jesus. Bad waves of paranoia. Madness. Fear and loathing. Intolerable vibration. Get out. The weasels were closing in. I can smell the ugly brutes. Do me one last favor, Lord. Just give me 5 more high-speed hours before you bring the hammer. Just let me get rid of this goddamn car and off this horrible desert.
It's just really the end to be stuck here.
Oh, you evil bastard. This is your one. You better take care of me, Lord. If you don't, you're gonna have me on your hands.
You better take care of me, Lord. Because if you don't, you'll have me on your hands. Hey, how are you?
Very well. Few people understand the psychology of dealing with a traffic.
Totally missed this picture of him in the bathtub. As Ralph Steadman depicted it. American Graffiti, I have not seen it. I'll watch it before we put it on. I must vet all movies and whatnots. Actually sounds familiar. I probably have seen it.
The normal speeder will panic and immediately go over to the side. This is it arouses contempt of the cop heart. Make the bastard chase you.
Make the bastard chase you.
But he won't know what to make of your blinker signal that says you're about to turn right. This is to let him know you're pulling off for a proper place to talk.
These are very hot.
It'll take him a moment to realize that he's about to make a 180-degree turn at speed. But you will be ready for it. Brace for the G's, fast heel toe. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? And it's Gary Busey!
What in the hell do you think you're doing? I want to know. Let me see your license.
Oh, good, buddy. Yeah, you can draw some really cool stuff like that.
It's me.
Gary Busey!
Map, please have it.
I knew I was fucked.
Cases of beer, a basket of grapefruit,
Basket of grapefruit.
t-shirts and towels, light bulbs. Well, that's what you did. You drive like that.
Yeah, I know. I'm guilty. I understand that. I knew it was a crime. I did it anyway. Said why argue? I'm a fucking criminal. Look at me.
Strange attitude.
Yeah, strange attitude. Like, really?
I have a feeling you need to take a nap.
Aggressive.
Rest area. Just up ahead.
Well,
I'd like you to go up there, pull over, and
it's
get a
always
chair.
a learning process.
That's not gonna help me. I've been away for too long.
I guess we need to be much more delicate with those.
I go to sleep now. I'm dead for 20 hours.
What are you carrying 2 cases of soap?
It happens.
I want to stay clean.
We learn from our mistakes.
No.
We haven't broken a piece in a while, so the gods
I
are
put in my book
taking their
attitude
fill.
is that I apprehended you for driving too
So,
fast.
what happened there is that part of that was sticking out of the kiln. So what we're actually going to do is go and use the pendants now. We're going to do pendants instead of the entire pieces. We'll start with these. I got a little confident and went for the bigger pieces first, so we'll start small. Well, okay, gods, we get it. I got confident. You gotta humble me. Okay, I get it. Fuckers. Glass tax, yeah. I'd rather it be paid in glass than in blood, because they take it in a pound of glass or a pound of flesh. Oh wait, I need to fill this first.
I advise you to proceed to the next rest area. your stated destination. Right.
Again, that just gives us more of this cool camo prep
Make myself clear.
to make turtles and frogs out.
How far is Baker? I was sort of hoping to, I don't know, stop there for lunch.
Oh, it's gonna be a challenge either way, but a good kind of
City
challenge.
limit's in 2.2 miles beyond the rest
A
area.
good undertaking.
Can you make it that far?
But I just need to have more respect for the glass. I'm trying to be way too confident with it.
Excellent seafood.
So we will start over.
You know, I'm thinking a guy your kind of mind ought to try to land crab.
This cop is fucking with them, by the way.
Alright.
He knows he could arrest him.
And for the tip.
Look at me in the eyes.
Everything alright?
May I have a little kiss before you go? I'm very lonely here.
May I have a little kiss before you?
Can this really be the end?
I felt great. The pig had done me on all fronts. And now he was going off to chuckle about it on the west side of town. Waiting for me to make a run for LA. Why, yes, officer. Of course I'll take advantage of that rest area. And I can't tell you how grateful I am for this break you want to give me. Get a grip, man. If I boom straight for LA, he'll bust me for sure. No. This was not the time for a showdown. This was Death Valley.
It's him again.
Fuck. Sweet Jesus, it's him. Oh my God! Shit! Come on, you fucking bastards! Oh God, oh God, oh God, I've got to go. Well, they've nailed me, goddammit. I'm trapped in some stinking desert crossroads called Baker. I don't have much time, man. The fuckers are closing in. They'll hunt me down like a fucking beast.
Sound a little
I ain't no fucking
paranoid.
lawyer immediately!
What are you doing to Baker?
Ah,
Didn't get my tongue.
pouring water all over
What
my
telegram, you worthless bastard?
face. Cherries.
I'll cripple your ass for this.
You brainless scumbag, you were supposed to be in Vegas. I rented a suite at the Flamingo.
We're supposed to be covering the National District Attorney's Conference. I made all the reservations. Everything is arranged.
You got a new assignment.
Now, what the fuck are you doing out there in the
See
middle
the
of the
fist?
desert?
Nothing. Never mind, it's all a big joke. I'm actually, I'm poolside at the Flamingo right now. Talking through a portable phone, some dwarf right out in the casino. Yeah, I have total credit here. Don't come anywhere near this place, you bastard. Foreigners aren't welcome here. Well, this is how the world
Hunter
works.
Thompson loved guns.
All energy flows according to the whims of the great magnet.
All energy flows according to the whims of
I was
the
going
great
back to
magnet.
Vegas. I had no choice. I had to get rid of the shark. Too many people might recognize it, especially the Vegas police.
Possession of marijuana in Nevada at the time was 20 years to 20 years. Sale was life.
Luckily, my credit card was still technically valid. Now this was a superior machine. 10 grand worth of gimmicks and high-priced special effects. The rear windows left up with a touch like frogs in a dynamite bomb. The dashboard was full of esoteric lights and dials and meters that I would never understand. If the pigs were gathering in Vegas, I felt the drug culture should be represented as well. And there was a certain bent appeal in the notion of running a savage burn on one Las Vegas hotel, and then just wheeling across town and checking into another.
Oh shit.
Me and 1,000 ranking cops from all over America. Why not?
He's writing about it at the police convention.
Make a hotel, sir.
Well, he's taking a big bump.
Sir? Okay.
Let me stay in your heart.
Yeah, so if you do have two devices, you can have the chat on one and the video on another. That's kind of what I'm doing literally right now. I have chat over here and the video playing on my tablet. But look at this perfect synchronicity. I didn't even mean to pause it right here. You see what's on the screen? This is how they depicted it when he walked into the lobby. The lobby is filled with cops. All of the cops at the convention that he's supposed to be writing about. And right here, I don't know if you heard, he said, but if the police are going to be represented at this narcotics convention, I think that the drug fiends should be as well. Perfect timing.
Love was something that I could take or leave alone.
I arrived.
He's standing time.
But now I couldn't do without my supply. I need you for my own. Oh, I can't regularly as coffee or tea.
And you took down them little pecker. Here we go.
Right, isn't that like... From Michigan. And again, this was... trigger warning, homophobia. This was made a solid 20 years after the book was written, 20 plus years. So they used, again, the art as reference for the movie. So they were looking at that and they were like, all right, we need a, yeah, it's beautiful. Oops. Sorry.
Look, fella, I have explained to you. I have this postcard, which says that I have a reservation in this hotel.
I'm very sorry, sir, but you're on the late list. And so your reservation has been transferred to the Moonlight Motel, which is just out on Paradise Boulevard.
We've already paid for our goddamn room.
Well, it's actually a very fine place of lodging, and it's only 16 blocks from here. It has a pool, sauna, steam.
You listen to me, you filthy little bastard! I want to murder you down here! Now! Now, because I'm sick of listening to your dog shit! Come here to be entertained!
Very sorry, sir.
Get off of me! Get away from me!
Can I call you a cab?
Sure, and I'll call you a cocksucker!
Of course. I could hear what the clerk was really saying.
I can hear what he was really saying.
Listen, you fuzzy little shithead! I've been fucked around in my time by a fairly good cross-section of mean-tempered, rural, crazy cops. And now, it's my turn. So fuck you, officer. I'm in charge.
Hey, listen, I really hate to interrupt, but I wonder if I could just sign on through and get out of your way. My name is Duke. And my attorney made the reservation.
So, in case you were wondering what just happened there, it confused me a lot until I read the book. That didn't really happen. That was Hunter Thompson him saying, well, of course, I know what he was really thinking, and that was him envisioning what the guy was actually saying to him, and so this is why he cuts in line and interjects immediately as this is happening.
Crowell.
Fuck me!
You Crowell. Certainly, sir.
We better go out there in that white Cadillac convertible. Good. Okay. Yeah, maybe somebody could bring it to the room for me. Oh yeah. Let me get quarter of wild turkey, 2 bits of Bacardi, ice room, and let's see. Chef, let's try some lime chips. What do you think?
I say okay.
You don't worry about it.
You don't hesitate to call me. Inspector.
All right, man.
You're gonna be fine though. You're doing well.
Look what you did! Look what you did! Goddamn you, we were staying at
Look at that carpet. That fucking room. Oh my god. Imagine tripping in there. And then we have...
You degenerate pig!
I just had her name.
Can be helped.
I forget her name.
Lucy in the sky.
Wednesday.
Lucy?
It's Wednesday Addams.
Remember what happened at the airport, okay? Come on.
You got snack money?
Informant. No more of that, okay? That's my client, Lucy. That's Mr. Duke.
That's Mr.
Famous
Duke.
journalist. He's paying for the suite, Lucy. He's on our side. He loves artists. Lucy paints
fuck, I still
portraits
can't
of
remember her
Barbara
name.
Streisand.
What's the actress who plays Wednesday Addams?
Oh, I do these.
It's not Jeanette McCurdy. That's
Really?
that's from iCarly.
She came all the way down. What's the name of that town?
Montana.
Christina Ricci, thank you.
Just to give these portraits to Barbara. We're going over to the Americana tonight to meet her backstage.
I desperately needed peace, rest, sanctuary. I hadn't counted on this. Finding my attorney on acid and locked into some kind of preternatural courtship.
Well, you must have brought the car around by now.
Yum, Lucinda, sounds
So,
good.
why don't Uye and Aye, Oge and Edge the upstate out of the bunk trade. Let's get the stuff. We'll be right back. Give me a kiss. One kiss. Kiss.
No.
Why not?
No.
So what I say, fool?
God bless.
Well, what are your plans?
Plan?
The child in the bedroom.
Oh, Lucy. Man on the plane. Yeah. She's a religious freak.
So as you saw, that extra frit that just fell out of there is how it fell out into my mouth that one time.
Well, it'll probably work out.
Lara bars are delicious, yeah.
Tell the rest of the drug convention.
Do you like Cliff bars too?
Yeah. She's perfect for this kid. These cops will go $50 ahead to beat her into submission and then gang fire. We can set her up in one of these backstreet motels, hang pictures of Jesus all over the room, and then turn these fucking pigs loose on her. Well, she's strong.
He knows
Sure.
he's on acid, so he's being intentionally, like, obscene.
But I never expected to hear you actually say that kind of stuff. You filthy bastard.
Straight economics, man.
They're kind of like
This
Cliff
girl's a
bars.
godsend. Shut. She can make us $1 grand a day.
It's ugly, man.
Right?
Stop talking like that.
I figured you can do it 4 at a time.
Man, if that was a
They were full of
joke,
acid.
like if that was the setup for a joke, Jax could have just like shit on everyone in here. If it was like one of the fucking up dog jokes or whatever it is, like the up dog or what's up dog, nothing much, what about you? If that was the setup for a joke, all y'all would have walked right into that. Cliff bars are pretty much the same thing, but like fucking more nutritious, I think. They're the ones with the climber on the front of them.
It's more like $2 grand a day. Maybe 3. Come on, man. Why don't I just jump on you and beat the dumb shit out of you? That make you feel any better, you filthy bastard?
All right, listen to me. In a few hours, she'll probably be sane enough to work herself into some sort of towering Jesus-based rage at the hazy recollection of being seduced by some kind of cruel Samoan who fed her liquor and LSD, dragged her to a Vegas hotel, and then savagely penetrated every orifice in her little body with his throbbing, uncircumcised member.
That's so ugly, man.
That's so ugly, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
What help, man?
Well, you'll go straight to the gas chamber.
Yeah, they're great meal replacements.
And even if you manage to beat that, they'll still send you back to Nevada for rape and consensual assault.
It tastes really good too.
No, she's gotta go.
Shit. It doesn't pay to try to help somebody.
We might actually have enough from this one section here to make 2 pendants with. I might put more.
Yeah, Americano Hotel.
We'll see.
I need a reservation for my niece.
I might layer.
I want her to treat her very gently. She's an artist, and she wants to tribal has some. She's doing her master's thesis on, well, Barbara Streisand.
Barbara Streisand.
Last name? I'd rather not say. My brother's in politics. Yeah, you understand. I felt like a Nazi, but it had to be done. Yeah, right. Oh, okay, yeah, right, yeah.
Yummy, 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 I got love in my tummy.
Peanut butter chocolate. The Cliff Bars has a oatmeal raisin one that I really, really like because I'm a fan of oatmeal raisin cookies.
There was absolutely no choice but to cut her adrift. I hope her memory was fucked.
Here's an extra $10, buddy. Make sure she gets there safe.
Not stop. Take off slowly. I'll attract attention.
Let's find a seafood restaurant and eat some red salmon. I feel a powerful lust for red salmon.
Trigger warning, throw up. As soon as everyone starts eating their snacks, hell yeah.
Goddamn mescaline.
Goddamn mescaline.
Why the fuck can't they make it a little less beautiful?
You throw up on a lot of hallucinogens.
I welcome you to the 3rd National DA Convention on Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. And now, without further ado, the man who will define this.
It's alright, I'll try to do that faster.
Dr. L. Ron Blomquist.
No way, Jamie. Oh, right. I forgot you said you were from Australia. I was like, what the fuck? Kangaroos? Is that a normal occurrence?
Don't say that around here. Get too excited.
The sufficient way for us to do this is for each one of us to try and attempt to imagine what it is like inside of the possessed mind. For example, a dope fiend.
A dope fiend
refers to the reefer butt as a roach.
As a roach.
Because distinct states of being in the cannabis or marijuana society. They are cool, groovy, hip, and square. Seldom, if ever,
to something out into crazy. What a fucking nightmare.
If he figures out what is happening, then he can rise one notch and become him. And then if he can convince himself to approve of what is happening,
I appreciate you, Henry.
He becomes groovy. Groovy. And after that, he can actually raise himself to the right cool. He can become one of those cool guys.
Dr.
Question. Do you think the anthropologist Margaret Mead's strange behavior of late could be explained by a private marijuana addiction?
Good question.
Good question.
I'm not really sure I can answer that. But what I can tell you, sir, is if Margaret Mead, at her age, smoked grass, she'd have one hell of a trip.
Almost dropped that.
Fucking bullshit. Let me down, niggas.
be here tomorrow, Avery.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Know your dope fiend. Your life may depend on it. You will not be able to see his eyes because of T-shades, but his knuckles will be white from inner tension, and his pants will be crusted with semen from constantly jacking off when he can't find the rape victim. He will stagger and battle when questioned. He will not respect them. A dope fiend fears nothing. His attack for no reason with every weapon at his command. It is endurance. Beware. Any officer apprehended suspected marijuana to use all force immediately. One stitch in time on him will usually save time on you.
Oh god. Shit, fucking briefcase is open. Good night, Sky. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate all of y'all being here.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Duke, hello. You have one message. Call Lucy.
This is gonna be the first pendant.
Americana Hotel, room 100. Hello?
Lucy called. Lucy called.
What?
Lucy called.
What? Lucy called.
Damn, that's loud.
Those two in the dock. They gave me the LSD and they took me to the hotel. I don't know what they done to me, but I remember it was horrible.
They gave you what?
LSD.
Castration!
Castration!
Where's my 357?
You have to, buddy. Yeah, I've watched you. So every time you watch this movie, you find something new in it. Literally every time, no matter how big the screen is that you're watching it on. It's amazing. I love this movie so much.
Leave me alone, this snake pit. You bastard. What did you do with my 357?
Also, did you just see that?
This
Did you
room's
see the
in my
fucking
name.
veins just then when I did that? These are all new.
You're right. She's my problem. I'll call her. I'll get her off our backs.
Hey, it's going too fucking far, man.
Well, I'll take that into consideration.
This is probably the scene coming up here is probably my second favorite scene. You've probably seen that, but you've probably also seen what's happening and what's gonna happen next.
Please. As your attorney, I advise you to take a hit out of the little brown bottle in my shaving kit.
Mm-hmm.
You won't need much.
You won't need much.
Just a tiny taste.
Ah, there it is.
What is this shit?
That stuff?
It says
makes
drink
pure
me.
mescaline seem like ginger beer, man. Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome?
Adrenochrome.
Hello.
You took too much, man. Too much.
Hi, Lucy.
Hi,
God
Lucy.
bless. Yeah, it's me. Why, hell no, I taught the bastard a lesson he'll never forget.
A little context here. Lucy is calling from the Americana, having come down on drugs. The only thing she has is the shit around her, her paintings and all that stuff, and the number that they left for whatever reason with the front desk. Somehow they got one of their numbers. Because she had called earlier and maybe gotten a hold of the front desk from one of their names. But he said, it's gone too far, you need to talk to her right now. And he said, okay, I'll take care of it. And this is him taking care of it. When and again, she's on the come down of acid. I don't know if you haven't taken acid before, you're in a completely different mind state. You're pretty, like, anxious, you're pretty, like, tired, anxiety ridden, and you're just like, damn, dude, what the fuck is going on? Especially if you wake up in a place you don't know where you're at and what's going on.
What? No, not dead. But he won't be bothering anybody.
Oh, also, sorry, a little bit more context. He said I took care of him. What he's saying is he took care Raoul Duke. He says that Raoul Duke was the one who took her and drugged her and put her in the hotel, and he said he took care of him, and she asked, well, did you kill him? And that's what he thought they're talking about right now. The first few times I watched this, and the first couple of times I read the book, I had no idea what was going on in this scene. Fuck me.
Yeah, I left him out there. I stomped him.
Said he left him in the desert.
I blew all his teeth out.
I remember thinking, Jesus, what a terrible thing to lay on somebody with a head full of acid.
But we have a problem. That bastard cashed a bad check downstairs and gave you as a reference.
Cashed a bad check and gave you as a reference.
Yeah, I know. You see, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Some people are just basically rotten. Anyway, the last thing in the world you want to do is go to this hotel again.
More.
Trace the call, put you straight behind the bar. No, move to the top right away. I gotta get off. Yeah, I know, it's horrible. It's over now. Oh my God. There's someone at the door.
There's someone at the door.
There's someone at the door.
Hey! Hey! I'm innocent! It was you! It was you! Look at it! Look at it! Don't do it! Look at it! It was you! Look at it!
Well, that's that.
That's that.
That's the last we should be hearing from Lucy.
She won't be calling again after that.
She's probably stuck in herself down here.
Get on the bed and go like this.
No, we need some oatmeal.
We need some oatmeal. You know what? We need some oatmeal.
I remember slumping on the bed. His performance had given me a bad jolt. For a moment, I thought his mind had snapped. But he actually believed he was being attacked by invisible enemies. But the room was quiet again.
Where'd you get this?
Never mind, it's absolutely pure.
What kind of monster clown have you hooked up with this time?
Satanism free.
Satanism free.
I think there's only one source for this stuff.
Mytho, you said
adrenaline gland.
The adrenaline gland
from
from a living human body. Mytho, you said
I know.
a salamander, right?
Cash to pay me.
And then one that I choose?
You offered me human blood, so it would take me higher than I'd ever been in my life. I was kidding. Oh, I told him I'd just as soon have an ounce of so pure drink from. Or maybe just a fresh adrenaline gland to chew on.
I could already feel the stuff working on me. The first wave felt like a combination of mescaline and methadone.
Mescaline, methadone.
Maybe I should take a
Got
spoon,
you.
I thought.
Yes, sir. They nailed this guy for child molesting. He swore he didn't do it. Why should I fuck with children, he said. They're too small. Christ, what could I say? Even a goddamn werewolf is entitled to legal counsel. Didn't dare to turn the creep down. Might have picked up a letter opener and got off to my pretty little. You know?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Why not? We should get some of that. Just eat a big handful and see what happens.
Some what?
Extract of pineal.
Extract of
Sure,
pineal.
that's a good idea. One whiff of that stuff will turn you into some of my life. Goddamn.
That was cocaine, by the way. All of that he ate.
Beautiful fucking tits!
Beautiful fucking tits, man.
Your head was big tits swelling up on your back. You go blind. The body will turn to wax. Not to put you in a wheelbarrow. And when you scream for help, you'll sound like a raccoon. Man, I'll try just about anything. But I'd never in hell touch a peeling of that.
Finish the fucking story! What happened next? What about the gland? What about the gland?
Jesus, that stuff got right on top of you, didn't it? Look at your face. You're about to explode.
Maybe.
Salamander. And we're gonna have mushrooms next to him.
Shove me into the pool. And if I put you in the pool right now, you'll sink like a goddamn stone.
I almost just crashed through the window.
Man. You took too much, too much.
Hang on. I fucking tripped on the goddamn weights that were there, but you almost missed the one of the best lines.
And if I put you in the pool right now, you'll sink like a goddamn stone. You took too much, man. You took too much, too much.
You took too much, man. Too much, too much. I wanted to have a visual reference for when we
get
start.
brain bubbles, strokes, aneurysms. You'll just wither up and die.
Hey, continue killing it.
Allows the hopes and peace and freedom of millions of people to be suffocated. So tonight, we do the great silent
This is what I want one of my costumes to be. You'll see. For Halloween.
What kind of rat bastard psychotic would play that song right now at this moment? When I came to, the general back alley ambience of the suite was so rotten, so incredibly foul. How long had I been lying there? All these signs of violence.
Definitely Lucinda.
What had happened? There was evidence in this room of excessive consumption of almost every type of drug known to civilized man since 1544 AD.
Since 1544 AD, remember? Look, I want a tail like that so bad.
Oh, Debbie. Oh, God.
I want a tail like that so
What kind of
bad.
addict would need all these coconut husks and crushed honeydew rinds? Would the presence of junkies account for all these uneaten french fries? These puddles of glazed ketchup on the bureau? Maybe so.
Maybe so.
But then why all this booze? And these crude pornographic photos smeared with mustard that had dried to a hard yellow crust. These were not the hoof prints of your normal God-fearing junkie. It was too savage. Too aggressive.
Put your hands where it.
Clark, look! Jesus God, man. No.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Put your hands where I can see.
Grim memories and bad flashbacks. Get a grip. Maintain. How many nights and weird mornings have this shit been going on? Something ugly happened. I was sure.
Give that to me. Go back! What the fuck?
I love it when he does that.
I was washing my shoes in the closet when I noticed her sneaking in, so I took it.
What are you doing? Who made you up?
Somebody ate the meat!
This is what you're part of it if they are.
What?
The goddamn dope ring. You must know what's going on in this hotel. Why do you think?
And we have reached
I know you're the cops.
Part 2.
I thought you were just here for that convention. I swear, all I wanted to do was clean up the room. I don't know anything about the dope.
Come on, baby. I'm trying to tell you, you never heard of the Green Corps.
Oh, I swear to Jesus, I never heard of that stuff.
Maybe she's telling the truth. Maybe she's not part of it.
I swear I'm not. I swear.
In that case, maybe she can help.
Oh, yes. I have you all you want. I hate dope.
I hate.
So do we.
I think we should put her on a payroll. See what she comes up with.
Think you can handle it?
What?
One phone call every day. Don't worry if it doesn't add up. That's our problem.
You'd pay me for that?
You're damn right. The first time that you say anything about this to anybody, you will go straight to prison.
Mytho, I'm gonna use that purple.
What's your name?
Alice.
Or the striking purple. Little kind of
Just
like
drink blood in service and ask for
bright colors, purplish salamander.
Yeah.
We'll give him white eyes.
You'll be contacted by Inspector Rock. Arthur Rocks. He'll be posing as a politician, but you'll have no problem recognizing him.
That's right. Inspector Rock will pay you in cash $1,000 on the 9th of every month.
Oh, just about anything for that.
You don't want other people.
Word. Password. And what's the other? Did you hear that? You say, I fear nothing.
One hand clutches the other, and then you say, I fear nothing.
I fear nothing.
That's a cult secret password. Say one hand clutches the other, then you say, I fear nothing.
Just leave a pal and towels and soap outside the door exactly at midnight. That way, we won't have to risk another one of these little incidents, will we? Handcuff these.
I fear nothing.
Terrible gibberish. Splintered memories looming up out of the time fog. Just press play. This is it. The American dream. Chuck, we're sitting on the main nerve right now.
Yeah, don't get me started. The owner always wanted to run away from going to the circus when he was a kid. Now son of a bitch owns the circus. Man, real life is a steal.
Oh yeah, the American dream come true. Cure for racial welfare.
Yeah, welcome to the happy place.
Listen, let's get down to brass tacks here. How much for the ape?
Let's get down to brass tacks here. How much for the ape?
How much do you think you take for the ape? Just wait here. I'll be back.
Madness. It made no sense at all. I desperately needed the facts.
What is going on? Where's the ace? Where's the ace? Forget about it. They tacked the old man. Spit off the other bartender and the cops beat you up and took him away. Your car. What's the matter? I want the ace. It's the ace.
I want you to stop that.
You poor fools just don't understand, do you? This car is property of the World Bank. That money goes to Italy. You can't put a circus without a pin. Wrong riders on the store! Why are you fucking with me? You people ordered your hungry and you killed Jesus!
There's every reason to believe that we've been heading for trouble. That we've pushed our luck a bit too far.
Oh, gosh.
Right. The possibility of physical and mental collapse is now very real. No sympathy for the devil. Keep that in mind. Buy the ticket. Take the ride.
Okay. There.
The mentality of Las Vegas is so grossly atavistic that a really massive crime often slips by unrecognized. North Vegas is where you go when you fucked up once too often on the strip. And when you're not even welcome in that great downtown place. The North Star Coffee Lounge seemed like a fairly safe haven from our storms. No hassles, no talk. Just a place to rest and regroup. I wasn't even hungry. There was nothing in the atmosphere of the North Star to put me on my guard.
Glasses of ice water with ice.
2 glasses of ice water with ice.
2 glasses of ice water with ice.
She looked like a burnout caricature of Jane Russell. She was definitely in charge here. He did it very casually, but I knew that our peace was about to be shattered.
What is this?
A napkin.
Don't give me that bullshit. I know what that means, you fat goddamn pimp bastard.
That's the name of a horse I used to own, ma'am. What's wrong with you?
The question mark was emphasized.
You listen to me, you son of a bitch. I gotta take a lot of shit in
Trigger
this place,
warning,
but I don't have to take it off no
general
spit pimp.
misogyny and abuse.
Well, anybody that knows anything knows that.
Come on, look, you check and get the hell out of here. Don't you call the cops?
Also, fast food service abuse. Or like workplace abuse, I guess you could say.
How much is that lemon meringue pie?
Her eyes were turgid with fear, but her brain was functioning on some basic motor survival.
35 cents.
How much is that lemon meringue pie?
35 cents.
Oh, we sit down. Oh, right. I mean, the whole pie. Whole pie. Three, 4, 5, 4, 5.
I'm building your salamander right now. I have no idea what I'm doing. Actually, it looks really good though. Here, I'll show you. I was not confident enough to show you what it looked like so far, but it actually looks like a salamander now. We're getting there.
Be in the car.
I underestimate myself sometimes. I do be underestimating myself. Isn't he cute? Little salamander friend. He got little toes and everything.
The sight of the blade had triggered bad memories. The glazed look in her eyes said her throat had been cut. She was still in the grip of paralysis when we left. It was all over now. We'd abused every rule that Vegas lived by. Burning the locals, abusing the tourists, terrifying the hell. The only chance now, I thought, was the possibility that we'd gone to such excess. Nobody in a position to bring the hammer down on us could possibly believe it. 15 minutes to get my journey to the airport.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
God, oh, God, you son of a bitch! Oh, God! Ah! You're going the wrong way! Fuck off!
No! No! Take off right here! Take off
His
right here!
fucking ears are bleeding.
Take this road! Everyone's over there! God damn it!
I've never missed a plane yet.
I've never missed a plane yet.
Right here. Hey guys, you're hitchhiking to the airport. And, here we go. Let's do it now. Hey, listen. We're taking a gut from these flights. If you have any trouble, remember, you can always send a telegram to the right people.
Oh yeah, I explained my position. Some asshole wrote a poem about that once. Probably good advice if you have shit for brains.
There he goes. One of God's own prototypes. A high-powered mutant of some kind never even considered for mass production. Too weird to live, or too rare to die.
Too weird to live, too rare to die. I'm actually really excited about this piece.
We're all wired into a survival trip now. No more of the speed that fueled the 60s. That was the fatal flaw in Tim Leary's trip. He crashed around America selling consciousness expansion without ever giving a fuck the grim meat-hook realities that were lying in all those people taking him seriously. All those pathetically eager aspirants who thought they could buy peace and understanding for $3 again. But their loss and failure is ours too. What Leary took down with him was the central illusion of a whole lifestyle that he helped create. A generation of permanent cripples, veiled seekers, who never understood the essential old mystic fallacy of the acid culture. The desperate assumption that somebody, or at least some force, is tending the light at the end of the tunnel. Access Interstate 15.
We're getting there.
Just a flat-out high-speed burn through Baker and Barstow and Purdue. Then onto the Hollywood Freeway, straight into frantic oblivion.
Little friend. I'm gonna give him some shoulders.
Another freak. And the freak.
Actually, I'm gonna put it in the kiln first. Just a little guy, just a little man, just a little friend, and that was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. We'll see if we missed any of the art coming through the back end. So here is when Gonzo was screaming at the people from the other car. And another cool thing about this book and the original book as well is that there's splatters on the pages as well. A little Doge. There's that same picture. There's another one. I thought it was always so cool that it did that. And yep. End. E for end. Finito. Such a good movie. What my favorite, if not all of my favorites, or all-time favorite of all time. What time is it? It's only 3. Why did I think it was so much later? Somebody tell me. Why did I think it was so much later? Did you like it? Yeah, Bunny, you said that you liked it, and I have all kinds of movies like this. This is my shit. This is my bread and butter. Would y'all like to watch another movie or a show? We can change up the tempo. We can put a comedy on. We could do another movie like this. I'm glad y'all liked it. Show? You got sent home early, right. That actually ended up working perfect, Nitha. Here, okay, this is warmed up a bit. Like I said, yeah, you gotta watch it again for sure. The closer you can see it, the better it is. You can see all the little facial features and stuff that he does for acting faces. I'm gonna give him little. Do you want black or white eyes? I'm gonna give him little shoulders. I'm gonna give him little shoulders on each one. I'm gonna give him little spikes on the tail, maybe. Wait, no, salamanders are smooth. We gotta give them little dots, not spikes. It should have been 4 round 2. I like that. I've never heard it put like that. That's funny. I'm glad y'all enjoy the movie stream. Glad you enjoy it and tune in. Let's see what else. We said show. Mytha, white eyes. Cool. Okay. Can do. New Archer. Can't watch that. That would definitely get flagged. do y'all want to watch? I gotta start writing down movies. That we for sure need to watch. Would y'all want to watch the documentary about Hunter Thompson? We'll do that. Since that's fresh in y'all's minds, and this is like raw information. It's also really cool to watch, but this is something y'all don't have to stick around the entire time for. But this is definitely worth watching after watching that. The entire interview and the entire thing of this.
Prescription opioids such as Vicodin, Ultram, OxyContin, or Percocet are much more.
Good plan. Oh no, that's okay. This isn't a movie. This is just a little. This is a documentary. It's an hour long. It's some information about Hunter Thompson and some life and times and stuff. Definitely don't need to stick around the entire time for it. I'm just gonna be doing some regular work. I am going to turn the oxygen machine off here in a sec though, because we should have enough oxygen for at least the rest of the stream. I'll do that now, actually.
Of a president.
I'm tired of listening to it.
Of Las Vegas, and the violent anarchy of the Hells Angels.
And I don't think this
Part
has
of the chronicle of the death of the American Dream, created by journalist Hunter Thompson.
Yeah, no captions.
Tonight's omnibus makes a valiant attempt to follow Thompson and English artist Ralph Steadman on a wild trip across America.
This is pretty much the telling and the putting together in the backstory of Fear and Loathing.
Day 1. The English artist Ralph Steadman sets off with a BBC film crew from Aspen, Colorado to meet an old friend.
Oh, the oxygen machine is loud. Right.
Throughout the flight. This is our good old summertime flight.
I'll take another rip real quick.
Nickel beer and lemonade.
Nickel beer and lemonade. I'll take 7 of each.
And First Officer Closet 9. Hope you have a pleasant flight. Thank you.
Well, it must be 4 years, nearly 5. I don't know what the man has done since then. He may have terrible brain damage, you know. When I meet him, he may not even recognize me. Imagine that. He sometimes goes for people. He has these mace guns and CO2 fire extinguishers, which he usually just aims at people. But you see, he has this amazing power in Aspen. The police just go with him because they're so scared of him. He's a little older, and perhaps, how can I say, is a real word that would express. You see, his weirdness is probably
that's Ralph Steadman talking.
Toned down a little to the point where he might think before he does something. We might just be safe on this journey. I don't know.
On behalf of Rocky Mountain Airways and your flight crew, we'd like to thank you for flying with us today. Have a pleasant stay in Aspen or wherever your final destination might be.
Oh God, where is he?
I said, oh God, where is he? I forgot to mention that in this part he shows up on mushrooms. I think they mentioned that here in a sec. I don't know if it's this documentary or another.
Tommy, come on. Hey, what's the pace?
Takes off on him.
Nice to see you.
Dr. Hunter Thompson and Ralph Steadman have worked together on articles in Rolling Stone magazine. Hunter's adventures as a journalist have elevated him to a kind of cult hero. His articles are obsessed with a vision of America gone rotten. The phrase fear and loathing appears in nearly all his titles, an indication of the violence and paranoia that marks his work and has become associated with his personality. His reputation gives him access to just about every major figure in politics, show business, and sport. Hunter's influence as a political commentator is recognized by all leading politicians, and his support for President Carter's election platform is credited with swaying young American voters in Carter's favor. Yet this man is an ex-Hell's Angel, whose work is marked by a celebration of violence, drug-taking, and personal risk. In 1970, he stood for political office as sheriff of his hometown of Aspen, Colorado. He called himself Freak Power Candidate and was only narrowly defeated.
I think I, unfortunately, proved what I set out to prove. And I think the original reason was to prove it to myself. That the American dream really is. And I think that...
Hi, Brendan.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I didn't live until now, and I'm not sure that this is really the proof of it. It's very hard to, you know, to have a bald-headed lunatic. I'll do that for the cameras. All right. I've already made up my mind, as a matter of fact. This is my last trip in politics. Or this kind of politics. I assure you I'll be in other kind of politics. I'm not sure which way I'll go, but it'll be one or the other. It won't be down this middle anymore.
If Hunter's political career had come to an abrupt end, he was already famous for the wildly inventive style of his writing. It began in 1970 when he was sent as a sports correspondent to cover the Kentucky Derby. He became much more interested in observing the characters and the events surrounding the race and the process of getting the story than in the story itself.
Unlike most of the others in the press box, we didn't give a hoot in hell what was happening on the track. We had come to watch the real beasts perform. I pointed to the huge grassy meadow enclosed by the track. That whole thing, I said, will be jammed with people, 50,000 or so, and most of them staggering drunk. It's a fantastic scene. Thousands of people fainting, crying, copulating, trampling each other, and fighting with broken whiskey bottles.
This highly personal form of journalism became known as Gonzo, and his illustrator, Ralph Steadman, had to respond to it.
I think what he saw in this our connection was somebody that somehow saw the thing in pictures as he saw it in life. And that seemed to me to be part of the whole chemistry of it, our chemistry there, made Gonzo possible.
I'm Edward.
I'm
Edward. Very cool, Edward. He's a marvelous character. I think Hunter tormented it, but I think there was a kind of a two-way affection with something going on.
Edward, talk to me. Hello?
Hunter would use it, I think, to bounce off, you know, he'd use it as a kind of a victim, you know, something to bring into the story and the way he was, how he was feeling about it, who was the bird. I suppose that at some point I, in a way, became the bird, you know.
And remember, Hunter was a piece of shit in real life.
No, we're just talking.
I mean, not necessarily a piece of shit, just not a good person.
I feel like Edward sometimes in a situation I could absolutely be taken apart, as though he'd had a whole session of talking to me, holding me like a bird. I'm trying to find my way out of it. Like I was saying.
Speak up, Edward, speak. Speak up, talk to me.
Are you trying to instigate a problem or something?
No, I didn't.
I'd ask.
I have a problem, Mike. Why are you here?
Okay, why don't you do us all a favor? Instead of antagonizing the situation, why don't you just leave? Okay?
You on the street, right?
From the book Hell's Angels, the flames lit up the street just about the time the National Guard arrived on the scene, with fixed bayonets and rifle butts swinging. The mob scattered, many of them blinded by tear gas bombs. The police were pelted with firecrackers, rocks, and beer cans, but they were wearing helmets, and their 6 weeks of training served them well.
What's that?
The menace is loose again. The Hell's Angels, the 100-carat headline, running fast and loud on the freeway, jamming crazy through traffic, and 90 miles an hour down the center street,
Okay, there we
missing
go.
by inches.
I got it. I gave it some depth.
With Sodom 500 miles to the south, in the vast mad bowl of Los Angeles, home turf of the Satan's slaves, with their taste for the flesh of young dogs, and tender young blondes with lobotomy eyes.
With lobotomy eyes. Oh, I
Obviously,
love
one of the
that.
things I have to think
That line is
I have
amazing.
to appreciate as an American. And I'd be as stupid or insane as
Just little friends. Making sure to cling on tight for wherever you go.
I can function here. And
do you want mushrooms on this?
a social
We can put a little one next to
political
them.
system.
We can not put any on them. We can put a tiny one. We can do little white dots around him. We could
Destroy the
do.
system that gets rid of people like me.
Editor's note. Due to circumstances beyond our control, the following section was lashed together at the last moment from a 6-pound bundle of documents, notebooks,
Something
and
similar
recordings.
to that.
Dr.
We could do
Thompson's
one on one
plan,
side,
he
we
says,
could do
is
none.
to create an entirely new form of journalism. In the meantime, we have suspended his monthly retainer and canceled his credit card. During one 4-day period in Washington, he destroyed 2 cars, cracked a wall in the Hilton, purchased 2 French horns at $1,100 each,
Purchased 2
and ran
French
through a plate
horns.
glass door in a Turkish restaurant.
Most people are surprised that I walk on 2 legs. And the idea that I would have a wife or a child, or like I said, even a mother, that seems to surprise me. I think people think I'm
mushrooms.
Very much maybe a violent version of that comic strip. I am living a normal life. You know, I own a ranch in Colorado, and I have a wife and a child, and peacocks and children.
Peacocks? That's a pretty normal life, right? Yeah, mostly on either side.
Day 2, Owl Farm, Aspen. No sign of Hunter all morning. When he finally appears, we approach him with caution, and he clearly has his doubts about us.
I don't see how you could possibly make a true film. Just because by bringing all this machinery in, you create a situation that's unnatural anyway.
Look at his shorts.
It's I think one of the problems with film. I don't understand film that well. That's one of the reasons I want to learn about film. I think the technology is not up to the level where we have to get in order to portray reality. The technology warps reality, the portrayal. Film interests me. I'd like to play with it. Hey, Renee, go ahead.
Didn't Johnny do like a perfect job portraying him?
Beautiful trigger.
For sure, Mr.
Beautiful. You should at least know what the hell handguns are all about. I'm gonna try to get the target too.
Aiming the fucking camera like a gun.
At the dirt over there.
Okay, so mushroom in between.
And kill a bear too.
I'll make it come off a little bit, and then one off down this way.
Hunter's
So up a little bit, and then down a
is
little
largely
bit.
the result of
And
the
we'll hang them off your chest
he
like
himself
that.
created. Hunter
We
called
still need to give him 2
Raffle
eyes
Duke,
too.
a sort of drug-crazed journalist sent to Las Vegas in search of the American dream.
So
the book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, a savage journey to the heart of the American
remember,
dream,
Raoul
was
Duke
Hunter's
is the
vision.
character he created of himself. So it's not him, it's an exaggerated version of himself, and he just said, people are surprised that I even walk on 2 legs, or, you know, that I have a mother, because of all the crazy stuff that his character has done in the name of him. And I think it's a very cool dynamic that he recognizes that his character of himself has pretty much taken on a life of its own. And he very fully recognizes it and almost respects it as an individual, but he also despises it too. It's very, very interesting.
America Gone Rotten, as seen through the eyes of Raoul Duke.
I think it's about time to get into the ether and the cocaine. My attorney was now fumbling with a salt shaker containing the cocaine, opening it, spilling it, then screaming and grabbing at the air as our fine white dust blew up and out across the desert highway. Oh, Jesus, he moaned. Did you see what God just did to us? God didn't do that, I shouted. You did it. You're a narcotics agent.
You did it. You're a narcotics agent.
Better be careful, he said. And suddenly he was waving a Black Point .357 Magnum at me. One of those snub-nosed Colt Pythons with a bevel cylinder. Plenty of vultures out here, he said. They'll pick your bones clean before morning.
I've been using Duke for over 10 years, maybe
What he
more.
says here.
I began to use him originally as he was always. Oh, he was a vehicle for quotations that nobody else would say. That was me really talking.
A vehicle for quotations nobody else would say. So very much likening to Tyler the Creator has Wolf Haley, or Ace if you listen to early Tyler the Creator. Raoul Duke is his alter ego, is his dark side.
My quote.
The only way to prepare for a trip like this was to dress up like human peacocks, get crazy, screech off across the desert and cover the story. But what was the story? Nobody had bothered to say. So we would have to drum it up on our own. Free enterprise. The American dream. Do it now. Pure Gonzo journalism.
Pure
I can take
Gonzo
it
journalism.
in form as far as I can take it. I found that I'm starting to repeat myself anyway. And it's not as much fun anymore. It's hard for me to work on a story now. I've become part of the story. First time I went to a press conference with Jimmy Carter, I just signed more autographs than Carter signed. And the Secret Service had no idea who I was. They thought I was an astronaut. I used to be able to stand in the back, and observe stories and absorb them. I can't do it. Now, the minute I appear in a story, then I become part of it.
Yes, they're making a film of him now, actually, Universal Pictures. Al and Lisa's talking about it. They've made a script and they've sold the idea of this crazy person who rips through American politics.
So at the same time, I collect.
I've been pushed down just a little.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. The Glow Ultra.
We gave him eyes.
You should use the smart way to hit the open road. Go a little farther this summer.
Oh my god, I didn't think it could get cuter.
You get up and go.
So remember, don't get too attached. Bad things happen, just in case. I can remake him. Don't get too attached, but he is very, very cute. We're gonna leave him just like that. We don't want to put little pupils on him or anything, because that pupils would make it look weird. I don't like pupils on things.
I'm no longer necessary. I'm in the way.
He says, I feel like I'm an appendage.
And people can take them.
I'm not only no longer necessary, I feel like I'm in the way.
Well, so I'm really in the way as a person, and the myth is taken over. And I find myself in an appendage. I'm no longer necessary. I'm in the way. It'd be much better if I died.
It'd be much better if I died.
Myths and make films. I have no choice. I have to solve this problem.
Very, very self-reflective.
My plans are to figure out some new identity.
And intrinsic.
Kill off one life and start another one.
Gotta kill off one and start another one.
Hollywood will be the last resting place of the old Hunter Thompson. Hollywood, the city built on myths and fantasies, the ideal place to bury his old image. He has a date there anyway in 2 days' time to meet the scriptwriter from Universal Pictures, who's going to turn him into a fictional character in a multi-million-dollar epic. The trip could be a chance to exorcise the past, as Hunter and Ralph travel to Hollywood via Las Vegas. In the books, Raoul Duke's adventures are financed with stolen credit cards, or by the simple expedient of skipping without paying the bill. This time, Hunter and Ralph are traveling on BBC expenses.
Whatever that is, $60 a day limit.
It's going to get more than that.
Yes.
100%. But you must go like that.
If you can supply a reasonable reason why you should go over $60 a day.
I'm not talking about going over, I'm talking about getting $60 a day.
Maybe you see it. In fact, the biggest rip-offs, they're marvelous at it. They're exceptionally good. Because they tell people what the terms are. And it's take it or leave it.
No worries, Lucinda.
If it's take it or leave it, it has to be a rip-off, doesn't it?
We were somewhere around Barstow on the edge of the desert when the drugs began to take hold. I remember saying something like, I feel a bit lightheaded, maybe you should drive. And suddenly, there was a terrible roar all around us, and the sky was full of what looked like huge bats, all swooping, screeching, diving around the car, which was going about 100 miles an hour with the top down to Las Vegas. And a voice was screaming, "Holy Jesus, what are these goddamn animals?"
Yeah,
Then
okay.
it was quiet.
He's good.
My attorney had taken his shirt off and was pouring beer onto his chest.
I don't want to try to make it too
facilitate the
detailed
time
because I'll get fixated.
What the hell are you
And we'll
yelling
end up with
about,
a fucking real
Staring up at the
lizard
sun
on
with
here.
his eyes closed and covered with wraparound Spanish sunglasses. Never mind, I said. It's your turn to drive.
Give him a little heat
I hit the
bath.
brakes and aimed the great red shark toward the shoulder of the highway.
Try to get some of that
point
purple
mentioning
out
those
too
bats I
as
bought.
I heat this up.
The poor bastard will see them soon enough.
But I'd like to ask you why you use drugs.
Different drugs for different things. Right now, I think it's in my interest, in ours perhaps.
It's in my interest and ours,
Maybe
perhaps, if I smoke a
it's
joint.
greater good for me to smoke a joint and calm down.
Or in the greater good for me to smoke a joint and calm down.
Demonstrably proven that temper tantrum is not the best way to do interviews, and probably my life will be easier and yours too if I smoke a joint. If I were to sit here in a fit of anger and you saw me eating acid, if I were you, I'd leave with all the equipment.
If I were you, I'd leave and I'll leave with you.
Even worse.
The important thing in 100 Life actually is seeing that great country, you know, an amazing sort of rolling place, go down the drain. The drugs play a part in it. It's only another way of twisting the mental image, if you like. I don't know. Maybe he actually needed something, maybe to speed himself up to keep it going. I mean, in a way, it's a kind of a dedication, just in order to see what it was.
He's gonna be crawling through the little mushies. He's snorting butt coke behind the snapper.
Oh no, God. Help us, Jesus. Why does this happen at the end?
He spilled his weed. He's
I think
just like
it's
me.
going to be a rather strange feeling for him. He's going to feel a little apprehensive about going back to something that perhaps he might want to forget. Well, Las Vegas does represent about the ultimate in what you can do if you've got endless amounts of money, or if you haven't, and you can go there and win it. It's the sort of pot of gold in the rainbow.
I'll start showing the camera more when I'm more comfortable making these. I just want to keep this as hot as possible as I'm making it. I'll show you quickly. Oh God, it's so loud. Why did it go? Fuck.
Strange memories on this nervous night in Las Vegas. 5 years later? 6? It seems like a lifetime.
Creeping through
Or at
oh
least
come
the
on,
main
focus,
era.
would you?
The kind of peak that
You
never
see
comes again.
it. I don't want to keep it out
History
for
is
too
hard
long.
to know because of all the higher
But we're getting
bullshit.
some purples out on him as well.
But even
I'll
without
make sure to
being
get some
sure of
purples
history,
out on
it seems
the
entirely
coloration on
reasonable
him.
to think that every now and then the energy of an entire generation comes to a head in a long, fine flash. For reasons that nobody really understands at the time, and which never explain in retrospect what actually happened. You could strike sparks anywhere. There was a fantastic
Sorry about your headache, hopefully it gets
universal
better.
sense that whatever we were doing was right, that we were winning. We had all the momentum. We were riding the
Yeah,
crest of
he's a little
high,
cutie.
beautiful wave. So now, less than 5 years later, you can go up on a steep hill in Las Vegas and look west. And with the right kind of eyes, you can almost see the high water mark. That place where the wave finally broke and rolled back.
Tonight, I again proudly accept that nomination for President of the United States.
Fuck you. Dickbag. Dickbag McGee.
This time we're going to win.
Richard Nixon represents the dark side of the American dream. Richard Nixon stands to me for everything that I would not want to have happen to myself, or be around. He stands for everything that I.
This is what the neck of the bong will look like.
For, but this way should be stomped out.
And it'll have a little
down the line. He can't even walk. You know, he walks around with this kind of, how are you? I'm Richard Nixon.
How are you? I'm
From
Richard
the
Nixon.
article Fear and Loathing at the Watergate.
Let me go into the bathroom real quick.
Richard M. Nixon,
Oh yeah, very excited
a track
making
star
it.
for Whittier College, held his first press conference today since gangrene had forced doctors to amputate his leg some 5 weeks ago. Expectedly, the first question to Mr. Nixon was, would the loss of a leg in any way impair him from breaking the 3-minute mile as he has claimed he would 4 years ago? In answer to your question, let me say this. Sure, it's tough. The fact that I have only one leg has made it tough on us all. Believe me, no one knows better than me just how hard it has been. But I was elected to this team to break the world record for the 3-minute mile. And this constant obsession of the press with this missing leg business has
Richard
prevented
Nixon
me
had his
from
leg
pushing
amputated
forward with
because
my
of gangrene?
program. But you've only got one leg.
That's
screamed
something that I had
Don
never
Raffle.
known before.
I know that. But let me say this to you.
What?
What's the matter? What is the matter with you?
I have no idea about that.
Open the door.
Day 3, Las Vegas, 12 o'clock noon. We should have left for Hollywood at 9, but Thompson has locked himself in his hotel room.
Thompson's
When he
locked himself in the
finally
hotel
lets us in,
room.
His face is covered in white makeup.
And his face is covered in white makeup.
You might, oh yeah, you want to do that? Well, that's good.
Can you been holding gloves? What? Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah.
He's probably not even talking to anyone.
Big drop for a second here. Yeah. Tell somebody just exactly what's been happening.
Just kidding. I was gonna say he's probably fucking with them.
I don't recognize anyone anymore.
Yeah.
But I was in no mood or condition to spend another week in Las Vegas. Not now. I had pushed my luck about as far as it was going to carry me in this town. All the way out to the edge. And now the weasels were closing in. I could smell the ugly brutes. Yes, it was definitely time to leave. My margin had shrunk to nothing.
I feel that, this idea of going to Hollywood, another dream factory, where you can do anything and die on film.
He's so cute, I'm so excited.
Have reincarnation.
Every time I spin him around and I see the eyes.
Because it's an outrageous idea to go and arrange your own burial.
That's not a piece of shit. That's a on you pigs.
This man is a crazy driver.
Some asshole with a glass truck. Look at this junk.
He's probably drunk.
That's the big Thompson. I wonder why I don't buy American cars. Listen to that piece of shit. When are they going to get all? We won't make it.
Is that right down there?
Right back here, the man that just pulled over in front of us and might circle around.
Oh, yeah.
It's the old Raffle tank trap tactic. Get ahead and you come up behind him. And he knows I've seen him and he's seen me. Because they really play with you like this.
Do they?
You know, it's cat and mouse.
They just want a game.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He's signaling something. Hey, keep right behind me. I'm having a violent speed limit now. Just test it a little bit. 75, 80. Oh my God, it's 75. Holy shit, well no wonder he's falling. Going 85. I think it's heavy.
Getting up on it now.
Yeah, he is. Maybe you can shake him up this way and really run him up.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm gonna kill somebody in front. You're too small. I'm gonna kill something larger than you. Oh, stay back, you boy. Oh, what? He's turning up his way back.
Just a little friend.
Oh, is it? Oh, you son of a bitch. You wanted to come up on us, didn't you, you bastard? Boy, it's sure good to be
Pretty symmetrical too, so when you wear it,
a long time since been here.
it'll look like that. It'll hang on your chest like that. Or hang like that wherever you're hanging it from.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. The Glow Ultra.
Quite a big pendant, so we'll have some weight to it as well. Going to silver fume the mushrooms next. Just a little guy, little man. What are we supposed to be looking at? What was that? Ghosts? I've been there. Oh shit, we should recreate that picture. That zoom in like that. That would be super cool. Next time I go to Hollywood. Next time I go to LA.
You realize that your movie's going to open here.
I won't be here for it.
But your name's going to be on it.
Well, if I don't have to see it, it'll be alright. I hope it makes money. I don't, they were drawing a crowd again.
Why are you hiding here?
Look at this, you found a crowd. That's why I'm hiding. Everywhere you go, you draw a crowd.
He brought a crowd with a camera.
Do you know any of the names of these?
I haven't seen the name. I don't want to see any names. It looks to me like a dirty sidewalk.
Looks to me like a dirty sidewalk.
No, thank you. I hate popcorn.
A great titty piece. I'll try to make the other a little smaller. They usually end up bigger than
You just figure out what you're going to do. I refuse to go out there.
I planned.
Just stay until you know what you're doing.
I just want you to... It seems to me that this is sort of the heartland of Hollywood.
That's why I've been waiting for 50 years.
It seems to me this is a really appropriate
We're doing
place.
a crowd. You know, it's like India. If I sit down here, God damn it, I'll be out of here in 13 more seconds. We just won't go to Bangladesh. Look at this, we've drawn a crowd for nothing at all.
Look at this, we've drawn a crowd for nothing at all.
And it's somebody else's fault.
Day 4, Hollywood. The Sunset Marquis Hotel. The appointment with a scriptwriter from Universal Pictures.
Basically, the story's about two people, one Hunter Thompson, Raffle, Hunter's alter ego, begins with this character, this journalist character, getting beat up by the Hells Angels, and it ends, the last 30 minutes of the movie ends on the campaign trail, either like 1980.
Whoops, I accidentally silver fumed his little eyes. Hang on.
That is, well, it's a fictional campaign trail. Has Ralph ever flipped out around you? Has he ever like expressed his anxiety to the point where it just exploded?
Oh yeah, he's tried to kill me. So he has a deep hatred for me somewhere down in his soul.
But it usually comes out like the drumming, just like that at sudden moments, otherwise perfectly passive as though there's nothing wrong and prepared to put up with any kind of insult that he might...
Ralph is essentially greedy, he wants money.
See, that can be actively done in film. Really interesting. A guy that like, who just is overwhelmed by this kind of craziness and just acts it out real quick and drawing.
I hate his drawing.
Yeah. He always seems to be embarrassed by them. I can't understand why.
I have been embarrassed from the very start. He doesn't like he's inside my phone.
I'm so reluctant to go under this whole surface. The idea of going any other pump is horrible. And I'm always trying to
Okay, there we go. I accidentally silver fumed his little eyes there for a sec. Which didn't look bad, but I think just the white eyes is much cuter. Hang on, where's the button? There we go.
Let's out these drawings occasionally. The rest of it is intensely dull.
I want this. So much glare. There we go.
it's interesting to see what happens to a person when he suddenly realizes that being crazy can't.
Got his little tail sticking off a little bit. I made sure to attach it real good though, because that would be the piece to break if anything does. And I'm gonna make the holes right there, in between his face. So like, right where the the ring light is on either side of that. I'll try to thin out the back of it so it's not huge. So it's a little thin and not actually like heavy, you know?
21st meeting, or hear the entire tape.
But I'd rather it be bigger than too small, because if it's too small, we wouldn't be able to get
different interpretations.
But
I know what I meant. And I know also
we actually got a bunch of detail in that thing. I'm really happy with how that's going. We gotta pop 2 holes in the top of it, pull the back off of it, and it's done.
Complicity on the part of anyone at the White House.
I'm still trying to think about what the other little creature we're gonna do
radiates a certain very narrow.
I really like the way that snail turned out. We might do another snail.
The kind of nasal, blank-hearted authority you feel in the presence of a taxman
shell,
or a very polite FBI agent.
Colorful shell. You know?
Dean
Do
is clearly
they
a
like
shrewd
snails? Do you
executive.
like snails?
You will have no trouble getting a good job when
It's
you
a
get out of
pendant,
prison.
James. We have 2 full sets being made.
Charles Manson, or maybe someone like John Dean, or you never know who comes to see you on the sunset.
It'll take a couple days at this rate. I talk a lot.
How are you?
We'll have a late night though.
I had a feeling you'd be here. We're just sitting right here. We're performing.
I think a big slug would be nice. Another big
Here's a
slug.
wise man. He wears on
Or a big snail with a little spiral on either side again. Swamp friends like this. Oh god, I almost fell.
Summer 74.
That was the summer of 73. June of 73.
Yeah, 74 when the time of the Great Confusion.
This piece is actually up for auction right now on Instagram.
TV set, put on a big log stump. And I was,
why is it so?
Like everybody else waiting for you to come on. I was
gonna say it's so glary.
And
see this? How his eyes look? How the eyes are transparent, and then the body is a little translucent, or not translucent, opaque, and the eyes are see-through a little bit. I want to use this color again, but on a bigger snail.
One thing I couldn't over-testify, and I couldn't under-testify.
And then use the same color for the shell, honestly.
The same thing, totally.
Well,
because this is that color that we used for the salamander just now.
I was, I you know, a lot of people on your side. It was like the ultimate underdog thing.
Well, I didn't know that.
And then we're gonna do this.
I didn't know anybody was out there on my side when I was testifying. I thought it was
on the neck of the pieces. We might do something. So you know how I do a main attachment on the back of the pieces. We'll do a main little creature on the back of the rig as well, and then maybe a smaller something for the bowl.
Then the weight of the thing.
They love snails. Perfect. Okay. Cool.
It was one day of reading the totality of that 8 hours of straight reading.
Because I would very much like to keep making some of those, especially because I've got this big chunk of that color. And this, I already see a snail right here, don't you?
All testify against
It'll
me.
obviously be smaller.
And it would be my word against theirs, and that would mean about 186 counts of perjury against me. And until the tapes came out that verified my testimony, it was very lonely. I was hanging just like that on that wire. After the tapes were found.
And you're talking about Nixon's version, or the?
Well, that's what happened. He released his version, which came close to my testimony, but nevertheless always had that gap about any problem.
That was one of the damnest documents I ever saw. I still have. That's a classic.
That's right.
All right, let's pop holes in the top.
So I was hanging out there by my thumbs.
What would have happened though if you hadn't been believed? I'm not sure why I believed you right away, but I think if that.
So I'm not sure why I believed you right away. It's because you fucking hated Nixon.
Seriously.
Don't say you don't know why you believed him. It's because you were biased, Hunter.
That I might have spent a lot longer time in prison.
What would happen with Nixon?
He'd have walked away. Let me tell you something that absolutely blew my mind the other day. A reporter said, "How do you think Americans would vote today, knowing what they know about Richard Nixon, if he ran against George McGovern? You know the vote was almost identical to what it once was?
Well, it
was a national poll.
That sounds insane to me.
37th President of the United States, Honorable Richard M. Nixon.
Hunter's nightmare of a revitalized Nixon coming back into public life is confirmed by a network news item. Nixon comes out of retirement in San Clemente to open a sports center named after him in Kentucky. The standing ovation he receives from an uncritical public confirms Hunter's worst fears that the lessons of Watergate have already been forgotten. Acting in the spirit of Gonzo, he decides to launch the Re-elect Nixon in 1980 campaign with the idea of provoking some kind of public reaction. He calls in two friends, both actors, to help stage the inaugural rally.
This man got a raw deal. This guy got a raw deal. Tonight we're gonna have one of the
Bill Murray.
Ask Nixon to pardon us. Ask Nixon to pardon us. Ask Nixon to pardon us.
Ask Nixon to pardon us. Ask Nixon to pardon us. Now more than ever.
The meeting in Beverly Hills isn't a runaway success. There's a total attendance of 3.
For years.
4 other years.
You don't forgive Richard Nixon?
When I came here, I'll be honest, I didn't forgive him.
And why have you changed your mind?
Your speech, the excitement tonight, everything surrounding my mind is being changed tonight.
I think we're having an impact. Come on, we're having some impact here.
But you've got one guy shooting it in the right direction against someone as big as Nixon, as big as the state, can actually achieve that.
I think so. I have to think so.
I have to think so.
Yeah, that's...
It's so cute.
I didn't think so.
Oh, it's so cute.
You know, it would be... I'd have to look myself in the mirror and think, wait a minute. If this is all totally useless,
Just a little guy.
Why are you doing it?
Sneaking his way through some mushrooms.
I was a good criminal at one point, and probably still am in some ways. But no, I have to think that a person can do something good, but I'm not sure.
Just a sneaky little guy.
Maybe I might be just doing myself good in some way. I don't know.
The third president, Thomas Jefferson, had a vision of America.
I know, isn't it so cute? I'm
He
really
believed
happy
that
with
this
how
whole
that's turning
new
out.
country,
Like I
this
said,
giant,
I'm
unformed continent,
underestimate
offered a
myself a
chance to
lot,
start again.
especially when it comes
The
to
premise was very simple.
sculptural
human
work and
beings
stuff like
acting
that.
in a sense of enlightened
Remember
self-interest.
not long ago, I was like, I didn't even consider myself an artist until I made a sculptural piece, and I hadn't ever tried sculptural pieces because I never thought I could do them.
The human race. Instead, we just moved in here and destroyed the place from coast to coast.
In 3 seconds, Janice will win a speedboat.
It's like killer snails.
Killer snail.
Everybody wants power over a country that has had its day.
Someone play the Christmas song.
I think we're finished.
He's near.
The final day in Hollywood, and our final attempt
I
to
need
uncover
one of
the
those
real
Nixon
Hunter
masks.
If you're going to be a famous American writer, you don't really
Little
think
sassy booty.
being in the comic strips, you know, yeah, we're doing things like that, yes, in front of the camera, and it will be on film, won't it? The way, the water's without chlorophyll, and the whiskey kills would be the chlorophyll substitute, so every time we make a drink here, we put the ice, or the drink in the ice, and then the whole thing into the grass.
That was just all
Giving the
fucking
ice enough
whiskey.
time to absorb the chlorophyll. I have not absorbed enough chlorophyll to get back to the drink. That's why I'm so healthy, folks. I always roll my ice in chlorophyll before I drink whiskey.
Roll your ice in chlorophyll before you drink whiskey.
All right, what were you saying?
I was asking you whether there's this pressure to live up to the image that you've created.
Well, it certainly is. You've been putting it on me all week. How much pressure do you think how would you define pressure? Being taken to Las Vegas and put in front of cameras. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure at all if you're what do you think you're shooting? You're this thing. Excuse me, every once in a while I forget.
Oh, excuse me.
But I have no idea whether you're.
This is why I am the way that I am.
Making a film about Duke or Thompson.
I don't know if you're making a film
I haven't
about
thought
Duke
about
or
it for a
Thompson.
while. And I'm filming with hate and rage right now, just thinking about it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Ask away.
Passing it over to me again? Well, I mean, I want to drink some chlorophyll.
I'll drink some chlorophyll.
No, I think that's a serious point. I'm never sure which one people expect me to be. And very often, they conflict.
Right.
Most often, as a matter of fact, with people I don't know, I'm expected to be Duke more than Thompson.
Sure, because I mean, I come to you only knowing you from your books and from your writing. But speaking very personally,
that's a very profoundly personal commentary on your perception. I don't believe I'd flee after saying anything like that. Jesus. Foreigners.
Speaking very personally, it's
I wouldn't risk that again.
I actually find that you match pretty accurately up to the character that you've created in your books.
You see how his face changed?
In 2 minutes. Okay, well, I mean, I have nothing to do with the hiring policies of the BBC.
See how quick his face changed when he said that?
You're out again? God damn it. I've never seen such lame equipment. No, man, from Colorado,
They pretty much called him an asshole.
Peacocks and Dobermans and it seems I am living a normal life. Being on this right alongside me, this myth is growing and mushrooming and getting more and more warped, and like when I go out to when I get invited to speak at say universities, I'm not sure if they're inviting Duke or Thompson. So I'm not sure who to be. I suppose that my plans are to figure out some new identity. Kill off one life and start another one.
Hang on.
Two basic types.
There's a little spot by his tail that cracked just a little bit.
Protective caskets are designed to be completely resistant to the entrance of air and water. They are constructed from steel, copper, or bronze, metals which provide for a long interment life.
Well, since we're here today,
Gotta melt his tail in just a little bit more so that doesn't happen again. It's because I put that tool on there, even though I heated the tool up.
If I show you this,
There was a different temperature, and it ran that crack across the bottom.
He lives in Aspen, in Colorado.
Already fixed it though, don't worry.
Yeah, well, it's like a giant eagle.
Very surface level stuff.
We also want to look at, as we like, this rim of mountains is a giant valley 20 miles across.
Is this property that you own now?
Yeah. You see the top of the red cliffs back there? Edge. The property goes back over the cliffs. I can do whatever I want to build a McDonald's. I can do it back there.
Under because a little simpler, maybe even like this, not with wings, with the fist on top, but more of a Teutonic.
Get some estimate as close to this thing and what it's his work.
I did this really under something to bounce off and say no or something.
When I put the tool on there, even though, like I said, it was warmed up, I closed it around it, that pressure around it just made it crack just a little bit, but I fixed it.
It'll be a pile of rocks.
Not even a scar.
Feet tall, and then
Not even a scratch.
a giant chrome cylinder, more like a conical, round and tapering down.
I'll show you what I mean here in a sec.
150 feet tall, hollow inside. With on top of the sort of big arm, a fist with a double thumb.
Fist with a double thumb.
1,000 times for 10 years, you've got to put 2 thumbs in the fist.
For 1,000th time for 10 years, you must put another thumb on the fist.
Well, it's better than no thumb.
Well, it's better than no thumb.
I can't count on my friends, you see.
No, that's the problem.
All my life I've made it responsible.
Is this something that...
Ralph is the artist too, which is funny that fucking hunter is drawing over it.
I mean, you're talking about something that maybe you want to do after you die, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, it's in the will. It's all described. gonna be a little hard to.
I'm gonna use this claw grabber
Get
instead.
going, but I can do a nice one.
I have better grip on this one
Cremation. We
anyways.
put the ashes in a canister and shoot it out the top of the fist over the valley and up, gets up about say 500 feet up, it explodes and the ashes drift down all over. That's it. That's my funeral.
That I do know about. We place ashes in different areas.
Do you actually spread it over the 7 seasons?
Yes, we do quite a bit of that.
You do those too?
Yeah, we fly them out in an airplane. I happen to be a pilot, and we sometimes we have the families meet in a particular place, and we'll fly over in circle and then fly out to sea.
I guess I'm a firm believer in the ashes and dust to dust, doesn't it?
What you do is basically for those that are still living, in a sense. Have you thought about it in that way?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Otherwise, people that are related to you, your wife and whoever, is what sometimes whatever is done.
Like I was like, I'm gonna keep talking until you just shut up.
And maybe that should be taken in consideration. And probably it already has when you're thinking
Well, I'm
about
just starting to
what
get
you want.
serious. Doctors again give me 6 months to live. It's fine. So this is every 2 years the doctor tells me I'm gonna die. For all I know, I might somehow live for 10 more years.
Well, that's something none of us know how long we're going to live.
No, I write for no ceremony except for one song. That's Mr. Tambourine Man.
This is Dave Navarro, and we are back with a new season of Ink Master, only on Paramount Plus. Ink Master is back with an all-new host.
Damn, he still looks really good.
I've been sitting at home judging this competition for 13 seasons. As I've gotten to know tattooing over the last 20 years, I've been able to spend time with some of the best artists in the world, and I've learned a lot about it. I'm an enthusiast. I think I'm a little bit more nervous now.
I've been a huge fan of Good Charlotte since I was a kid.
Legendary fan favorite artist return for another chance at the title. And the biggest cash prize in Ink Master history. $250,000. That's a life-changing amount of money. You guys ready to meet the new panel of judges? Ryan Ashley. Ryan Ashley is a fine line black.
Cool. We got that first pendant down, and we have some leftover color to work with as well, which we'll use this. Actually, I'm going to stretch this down right now, and we're going to use this for the bowls. I'll put how it's made on. Whoops. Yeah, very happy with how that's turning out. More rain coming from the coast or from the Gulf. We'll hang out till 5 today, so another hour. We've got about a quarter tank left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, quarter tank left. So about another hour left. Long enough for this to crash and for us to get that out of there, but we're not gonna make the build. We're not gonna turn the big kiln on tonight, just because I need to turn the oxygen machine on already again. So it's not worth it. Get it all the way up. Just have to turn this off and then to turn the oxygen machine back on. Moving in from Louisiana, probably gonna hit us again too. Then I need to work on the. I need to put more dirt up against my house. Try to get the water to go away from the fucking house instead of underneath it. We watched the rope. We watched. Oh, pole vault. Cool. What I used to do. I was a pole vaulter. I've never seen how they were made, so let's watch how they're made.
And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease.
Yeah, late night hangouts. 5 is going to be on average, and especially when we're monetized. That's what I used to do.
Today's poles are incredibly lightweight.
So whenever
Yes.
we're monetized, we're gonna spend even more time here. We're gonna hang out all night. So whether that might be an hour from 11 to midnight on TikTok, and then hot swapping after doing an hour of prep work from there to here for 6 hours, maybe till 6 in the morning. That's a good 7-hour shift. A good long days of work. And then we'll eventually cut out the fucking TikTok entirely.
Strong enough to absorb the
hate that place.
vaulter's energy, then throw it back to propel him over the bar.
I use
Some
one of
poles
those
are made of carbon fiber.
Carbonite.
Others out of this material. Resin
Them shits were
impregnated
hard.
fiberglass.
The bins, you'd
The
have to
first
bend the
step
shit
is
out
to
of
spread
those.
out the material and cut out the pole pattern. Meanwhile, a slitter machine cuts the same material into strips of a specific width. Then it winds each strip into its own roll. The spiral wrap machine automatically unravels the strip.
Alright, turn
and wraps
the
it around
mini
a
kiln
hollow steel
off
tube
just now.
called a mandrel.
We're gonna stretch this down.
This first layer of fiberglass gives the pole its flexibility.
And then we'll be able to bench cool this after we stretch it.
They
We don't
wrap
have
the
to worry
second
about
layer
it
in the
cracking,
opposite direction.
since we'll stretch it a
For
bunch
the
of
next
times.
layers, they remove the mandrel and lay it on the table. Now it's time for those fiberglass patterns they cut earlier. They heat the edge of the first one with an iron, melting the resin into fiberglass until it's tacky. They stick this edge to the mandrel.
I like his mustache.
Then slide the other end between heated rollers. The rollers wrap the rest of the material around the mandrel, the heat activating the resin in the process. The mandrel and its multi-layer fiberglass coat now go into an oven. The heat generated by steam starts at 175 degrees Fahrenheit.
Heat.
This liquefies the resin so that it resaturates the fiberglass. Then the temperature gradually rises to nearly 300 degrees, solidifying the resin again.
I'm gonna add just a little bit more. Actually, no, I take that
And
back.
when it finishes,
I was gonna say I'm adding a little bit more color on the inside of this.
Now, a fiberglass
We're gonna
pole.
stretch it down, and as we stretch it, that means the color will compress as well.
The pole moves onto a flex machine. In part, this is a stress test. If there's any type of defect, the pole will crack or break. But the flexor
That'd be so
also
scary.
permanently puts a specific
That'd be
degree of curve
terrifying.
in the pole, which helps the
I would
athlete
straight up
fall
be like,
back.
doing that job.
Now they make what's called the soft side mark. This helps the pole vaulter locate the bend in order to know where to grip the pole.
Yep.
Next, they apply a maximum weight label, indicating how heavy the vaulter can be.
I was on a 160 pole while I weighed 130. That shit was terrifying because you have to make up for the 30-pound different weight by fucking yamming on it. Jumping on it as hard as you can, and it fucking launches
the
you
surface is pristine,
with an
they
extra
wrap it in
30
thin,
pounds of
lightweight
weight.
tape. Different colored tapes designate different pole styles. They cap the top of the pole with plastic. Then at the bottom, mounted on a molded tip made of hard rubber. The finishing touch is the manufacturer's decal. Vaulting poles come in various lengths between 10 and 16 feet. A pole designed for a heavier vaulter has to be stiffer than one designed for a lighter vaulter, because the pole has to propel more weight with the same degree of
That
bending.
shit would launch you. That's also why I have such good cum gutters. My dick root, the V, because every day I was kicking my legs up. I was doing leg lifts all day long. And that's why I still have them, because I just do leg lifts all day long.
Now there is an FDA-approved vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds to help protect.
It's all because of the pole vault exercises.
Protection against severe illness too. Over 9 million 12 to 15-year-olds have received it.
You shouldn't get the vaccine if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine or it's increased.
Don't get the vaccine if you had an allergic reaction to it. Well, how the fuck do I know if I got an allergic reaction to it if I hadn't taken it?
To design a CNC assembly machine, engineers first analyze the sequence of tasks required to assemble the product. They then match each task to a pre-designed processing engine. The processing engines are linked together in a custom assembly sequence. The CNC machine's engines are mounted on a sturdy base frame. To construct,
Getting sturdy with
workers cut steel tubes to the required lengths.
Slutty little man waist.
Then weld the pieces together by melting steel welding wire into the joints.
I put a lot of hard work into that slutty little man waist. I know what it looks like.
Onto the base
That
frame.
shit's sharp.
It has
That V is angry, right?
Meanwhile, an electrical technician is assembling
I don't know if y'all. I don't know
control
if
cabinet.
you watch American Dad, but that one episode where Steve pulls his shirt up and he's fucking ripped, and Roger goes, "Ooh, those are angry." That's what I want. That's what I want. That reaction. Ooh, those are angry. Yes, they're angry and sharp.
Workers bolted to the base frame. Some CNC machines require robotic arms. A computer-guided milling machine cuts rectangular bars of aluminum, shaping them into robotic arm components.
Ooh, those are
After the
angry.
aluminum components receive an anti-corrosion coating, workers assemble
This
them
actually
into a
is
robotic
perfect.
arm. These self-lubricating sleeve bearings give the
Self-lubricating,
arm
you
the
say?
ability to rotate. They add a second assembled arm to create a pair that works together to perform an assigned task.
Okay, 404.
Each
We
engine on the
missed
machine can have
special
up to
time
8
last
motors.
night by a minute. We're not going
The
to
motors
tonight.
can
We're
operate
not going to miss it.
independently or in unison. To test the completed machine, a high-speed video
I need to turn the
camera
AC on.
captures
It's warm in
images
here now.
at 1,000 frames per second. The quality control team slows down the video to analyze and fine-tune the accuracy and efficiency of every motion.
It was already on. I think it's just raining outside again. It's just humid in here. Look at them machine parts.
Just a few simple taps on the operator's touchscreen can adjust the arm to move a millisecond faster or a millimeter further. CNC machines can assemble small products at high
Oh, that's
speed.
the
They also provide
We'll
something
use this
traditional
amount
assembly
for the
can't.
bolts.
Flexibility. A single machine can be reprogrammed multiple times for assembling different products.
And we'll probably repurpose this for something as well too. I don't know what yet, but we're not going to let this go to waste. And it's already pulled nicely, so we'll probably use this chunk
50% better wear
as something.
protection. Our best performing oil ever. Valvoline Full Synthetic Extended Protection.
You may not think of yourself as an athlete, but you do athletic.
But we already have the salamander pendant is done, finished in the mini kiln. It's cooling right now. When it reaches room temperature, we'll be able to pull it out, and we'll determine if we want to put it back in the big kiln. If we put it back in the big kiln, it will maybe get more purple or darker. We'll see when we take it out and see what it looks like. Ooh, what are they making?
They stack the
Green
bundles
onions?
in a crisscross fashion, creating gaps for steam to pass through. They screw the lid tightly to prevent the loss of steam during distillation.
Lid.
They activate the still, and it heats the water to the boiling point. Steam rises through the plants and picks up the oils. It carries the oil vapor up through a pipe and into a condenser, where the vapors cool and return to a liquid form.
But
the liquid oil and water
onion
drip
vapors?
out into a flask.
That's like terps. That's terpenes.
Oil
It's
and
onion
water
terpenes.
don't mix,
More
so
like
the oil
onion
floats to the top,
spirits.
and the water is drained off
What
and
is that,
recycled
making-
back into the distiller. The technician then collects the lemongrass oil in a bottle, one drop at a time.
Lemongrass oil from onions?
The lemongrass oil undergoes a second distillation in a laboratory.
What?
Using a more sensitive piece of equipment known as a rotary vacuum evaporator. The oil flows into a flask that's spinning in a hot bath of vegetable oil. The evaporator pumps out air and creates a vacuum in the flask, which lowers the boiling point. This prevents damage to the delicate molecules responsible for the lemongrass scent.
Yeah, terpene smell. That's
The
what I was
oil
saying.
vapors
Exactly
rise
what I
to a
thought it was.
condenser coil,
That's
where they
they're doing the
reliquefy,
smells of things.
leaving
But
any residual water and impurities behind.
fucking lemongrass from onion.
The pure lemongrass oil drips into a receiver flask.
The lid.
As distilled lemongrass oil is collected,
No, he
more
said
flows
onion.
into the evaporator
He definitely
beaker for
said onion.
purification. The distilling process is continuous.
And those were for sure green onions.
The rotary vacuum evaporator processes roughly 2 to 3 quarts of fragrant oil per hour. They store the lemongrass oil in a cold room with others
I promise you, he said green onions.
free deionized water.
Watch.
Once the still is 1/4 full,
Watch.
they add the lemongrass.
Fuck! You're right.
They stack the bundles in a crisscross
Wait, no, how did I hear onion? I swear I heard him say onion. That's why I was so confused this entire time. You were right, I was wrong. I apologize. I was very confident in that.
Processes
It's like,
roughly
no,
2 to 3 quarts
those
of
were
fragrant oil per
onions.
hour. They store the lemongrass oil in a cold
Looked
room
like
with
onions.
other essential
Oh, yeah,
oils.
you were right.
Like fine wine, it must be kept cool or it could spoil and ruin its bouquet.
That's funny.
COVID-19
Was it muted?
is
Okay.
fast, and now you
I
can
appreciate
too.
you giving me
By
that
asking
out.
Your healthcare provider if your
Appreciate you
oral
letting me
treatment
off the
is right
hook
for
like that.
you. Treatment.
This will take a while to cool down because this is ceramic on the inside of there.
A vertical milling tool
As
sculpts
well
a
as
recess in
metal.
the blank to seed an O-ring
So we'll
sealer.
move on to the next thing here in just
Then,
one second.
switching bits, the machine contours the outside of the blank,
Oh, yeah,
taking
contour.
it from rectangular to round.
Concrete.
Other tools carve a large hole in the center and profile the inner diameter so that the part will mate to the tank. This ring is designed to be removable to access the tank for maintenance.
I
Here's
practice
the blank
being
before
humble.
and after machining.
I practice being humble because I'm really, really good at being humble. I'm the best humble there ever was. So I practice it a lot. I'm kidding, obviously.
They include the oil tank body, the top, and
Didn't
other
it look like
assembly
green onions?
pieces.
Those really, really big ones. I thought they were making. Everyone's seen that video of how they make the hot pot soup base and they dump the big ass things of onions in that big thing. I thought that's what they were doing.
A worker welds the tank ring to the bottom
Like Drax. I'm
creating a thick
what
seam
is that? I'm
all the way
extremely
around.
humble.
He then seals the seam of the cylindrical wrapper body and welds a top cap to a de-aerating baffle.
Remember, same glass.
Air
What
will
my
rise through
glasses are
and
made
then
out of.
into and out of a
But
side
that's
chamber,
much deeper,
leaving
much
only
darker.
oil in the tank.
Much darker than mine.
He fits an adapter ring to the upper lip of the tank and taps it down with a rubber mallet. A worker now taps perforated plastic
I'm
inserts
so good at being humble,
into
my
holes
humble
in
is
the air vent
unmatched.
chamber. These inserts will both vent and filter the air from the tank. He fits a rubber sealing ring around the fill neck and screws the cap on.
Trying to think of what next and what
He
else.
applies adhesive back decals
We're
to
gonna do
the
more
tank for
mushrooms.
branding purposes. He caps the oil inlet tube to keep
Oh, I can
contaminants
prep-
out during shipping.
The pendant.
He turns the tank upside down and installs a valve on the bottom of the vent tank.
Prep it with these.
He inserts a rubber O-ring into a groove on the base of the tank wall.
Yeah, he does.
And tucks it into place all the way around.
9 minutes.
After equipping the fittings on
Right,
the
Julie,
car,
everyone's seen that
tanks for
video of how
shipping,
they make, it's the
he
world's
installs the
biggest
cone
hot
on the base
pot,
of the
but
tank
it's actually
and
just
screws the
them
ring
making
tightly
the
to it.
base for it. The oil or
Accessing
the
tank for
flavored
maintenance reasons will
soup
mean unscrewing
base.
this part.
That's what I thought they were doing at first.
That
And I was
completes
like,
this
yeah,
race
green
car oil
onions,
tank.
but nope, fucking lemongrass.
Hooked up to a system of pumps, these tanks will receive and dispense oil sparingly to improve engine performance. They've been well equipped for life in the fast lane.
What is it? Oh, fucking gas.
Long weekends are for you time.
Gas compartments for racing cars or fucking go-kart look like smaller compartment for gas. I love that TikTok has made me imprint that Home Depot song in my head.
A metal worker clamps the disc against a form in a lathe. As the lathe spins,
I am calm.
he presses the disc to the form using a blunt tool.
I'm the most calm you've ever seen.
This transforms the disc into a flared vessel.
Yeah, it
that looks
does.
like a flower pot. A cutter at the side trims the rim. They call this flower pot shape the draft. A worker presses the spinning draft to another form. This stretches the aluminum shape longer and narrower. Finally, they taper the cylinder at the top to form a slanted chimney and slice off the bottom. He drills a hole in the gradient of the kettle. He inserts a screw that's attached to a punch.
Screw punch.
Then, using an Allen wrench, he turns the screw, forcing the punch into the nut to cut out a hole for the kettle spout.
Oh yeah, I'll always make people
He slides
angrier.
the kettle body over a post with a die that fits into the spout hole.
Spout hole.
He places the spout over the die and hammers it into the hole. Next, the inner wall of the gilly kettle takes shape.
Gilly kettle.
Wielding a tool with force,
Pardon
a
me?
worker pulls and stretches the aluminum disc into a long cone.
6 minutes until special time. I should have just waited another
He
6
inserts
minutes.
the cone in the kettle bottom.
Because I want to be
The gap
very
between
stoned.
them will serve as the water chamber, and smoke will be vented out the side.
God damn.
He rolls the upper lip of the cone around the kettle's top rim, locking them together. He also secures them
So
at
for
the
like
base the
still
same
work?
way.
For like making
He transfers
alcohol?
the gilly kettle to a stand to keep it upright as he
gilly
rivets
kettle.
steel ears
So
to
yeah,
it.
I'm thinking it's for making kettles, or not making kettles, for making
The
alcohol.
ears are for attaching the handle and a chain for the kettle whistle.
Oh, it's just a big kettle. Okay.
The base of the gilly kettle is this fire chamber.
Okay.
For packing purposes, he stacks it upside down and places the kettle over it.
Gotcha. Yes,
He
big
wraps
kettle.
the entire kettle in British newsprint for shipping. This protects it and also gives the purchaser something to burn the first time he or she tries it out. He crimps the ends of the
Also what
handle
we're
to
gonna
the
do-
ears that protrude through the headlines.
We're gonna need to section out 2 more pieces for the actual bong, so we'll make that.
He places the whistle over the wrapped spout,
Boop.
and then tucks the kettle into a drawstring tote.
A drawstring tote.
He was a monster.
This and this. Perfect.
He took away our country. He had to.
Biologic medicines are proteins produced inside.
I can make
living
things like
cells,
that as well.
which are
I know some of y'all have very creative
generated
things.
Genetically engineered.
There's some
protein
people who
treatments.
do
It's a different approach from traditional drugs.
like fucking Serum X from Resident Evil. And cool merch of maybe like from what is it? Not Phantom of the Opera, Repo Man, or the Genetic Opera, Repo Genetic Opera, the Blink comes in little blue vials? Little blue vials. Why can't I think of it? That thing.
Which are manufactured using chemical synthesis. Biologics offer hope where other therapies.
Someone help me out. I know y'all have seen Repo, the
To
genetic
produce
opera.
these biologic medicines, scientists use the molecular machinery inside living cells. The process starts with the insertion of genetic material into Chinese hamster
Little glass
ovarian
vials?
cells.
Little glass vials.
They're known as CHO cells. They keep them frozen in liquid nitrogen until the next step. In the seed lab, a technician thaws the cells in warm water. He transfers them to a glass flask that contains growth
3
medium.
minutes. I'm just gonna attach this for now.
Comprised of hundreds of nutrients, including vitamins and minerals. It's a recipe to help the cells multiply.
Repo, the genetic opera, the little blue vials that they
A worker transfers the flask
that's
contains
popular
the cells
from that
to the
movie. I
production
forget what
side
they're
of the
called.
plant.
What they call them.
The team injects the mixture into a 5-gallon capacity bioreactor. Inside, a propeller agitates the mixture to stimulate growth.
That's my ring hitting this,
Over a
by the
5-week
way.
period, the
It's
number
not
of
it
cells
cracking.
increases exponentially. Each new cell is programmed to produce the target biologic protein. Next, a technician measures salts and other dry ingredients. He's preparing a recipe for purifying the protein liquid once it's been separated from the cells. He labels the bag and
Zydrate, thank you. I kept thinking Mandrake.
Required by government regulation.
Mandrake is from Harry Potter.
He adds the ingredients to purify
Zydrate,
water
thank
in the
you.
mixing tank.
Zydrate comes in little glass vials. Little glass vials? Little glass vials.
Solution. After separating cellular material from the protein mixture, the team pumps
I'm
it
happy
through steel and glass columns.
that y'all get me.
Here, the purification solution works with resin beads to separate the
Yes, exactly,
from the
Mytho.
impurities.
Yeah, so Zydrate, we can do stuff like that.
Takes a
These
sample
big
and
Zydrate
conducts a
props.
test
You
to
can
ensure the
do.
medicine is sterile.
That's so cool.
Grown in living cells, these biologic medicines are now on their way to potentially making a difference in people's lives.
Yeah, do custom little labels, Zydrate props, or Serum X from Resident Evil.
Letting Russian adrenaline from an SUV arose from.
1 minute.
To make the diving board shell, workers load a sheet of acrylic into a clamping
Hell yeah,
machine
diving
and
board.
transports it into an oven.
Get your
The
lighters
oven heats
ready.
the sheet for about 30 seconds to soften it. Then a forming machine applies suction to draw the softened acrylic tightly over a mold in the shape of 2 diving boards. Fans blow cool air, hardening the acrylic to this shape within seconds. They extract the molded acrylic, then saw it in half to separate the 2 diving board shells. They coat the shell surface in a resin and fiberglass mixture. This tool is called a
Hey,
chopper
cheers
gun
to you all.
because it chops and
Happy
shreds the
hour.
fiberglass
Oh, I
string,
love that.
then shoots
I
it
love
out
this.
drenched in resin.
This is one of my favorite things when they shoot the and it's colored resin. It's colored
They warm to
fiberglass
compress
too.
the fibers and push
Yes!
out air pockets. Any trapped air would create a
We
weak
get a
spot in
special
the
treat
diving
for
board.
special time. Look at that. Oh, fuck.
After letting the resin dry and
Spray it in
harden
my
for 30
mouth.
minutes, they begin filling the shell cavity with 2/10 of an inch thick fiberglass mat. Then they lay down another fiberglass mat, this one a bit thinner, and saturate it with the existing resin. The diving board's core is made of laminated wood, which is several thin layers of wood glued together. Laminated wood is actually stronger than a solid piece of wood. After rounding the top edge, they lay 2 red cores over the resin-saturated
It's
fiberglass
420, my
mats.
dudes. Yeah, that's what
They
we said
position
special time.
clamps to hold the cores in place.
We always,
Then let the resin
make a big
cure at
deal
room
about that.
temperature for a half hour or so.
we'll hang out for another 39 minutes until 5
Then the
in the
clamps
morning.
come off, and
Then the
workers
clamps come
cover
off.
the cores with an even thicker fiberglass mat
Oh,
impregnated
look
with
at that.
resin.
Yeah, it's impregnated
This is
with
the
resin.
bottom
Hell
of the
yeah, it
diving
is.
board.
So impregnated with that resin.
They make sure the mat is centered.
See, what's funny is, like, if I know if I even just touch that,
the air pockets as they go.
I would recoil in fear and probably go into just catatonic shock, because y'all know me and viscous things and like Vaseline and stuff. That doesn't look like Vaseline, though. I know it's sticky, I know it's viscous, and I know it'll harden and will do all the things that I don't want stuff like that to happen. And what is funny, though, I like glue. I do like glue, putting glue on my hands. That was a fun thing, and this kind of reminds me of that. So, I'm torn. Right? And that's what I'm so happy we all get each other in this too, because it's like your brain is like, oh, fuck you. Oh,
when it comes out, they use a diamond blade.
That reminded me of the Jawbreaker episode.
They
We gotta
spray on
find,
some
so
decorative
we gotta
paint,
watch Good Eats.
Then put the board in an oven
Oh,
for
look at
24
that!
hours
Yeah,
to
they
cure.
do. Fuck yeah. We gotta watch Good
When it
Eats
comes
or
out,
like
they use a
Unwrapped.
diamond blade to saw off the excess
For sure,
fiberglass
gotta
around
watch
the edge.
the Unwrapped and Good Eats and stuff. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll swap from. Look at that, and you can fold it too. Oh,
Then they
look
do
at
a
that!
final trimming
So
to make the edge
satisfying.
neat and smooth.
Yes. This is a great.
They mask the
This is a
sides
great
with
episode.
tape, leaving only the top exposed. This is where they'll now apply a rough texture, a safe,
Oh,
non-slip surface.
this is a great episode.
First, they roll on a thin coat of
Oh
resin.
yeah.
Onto that, they sprinkle a layer of silica sand,
Oh,
making sure
they
it covers the
do,
surface
don't
thoroughly
they?
and evenly.
Yeah, they do.
The sand sticks to the resin, which sets and
And
cures
you
in
get your
about 15
feet
minutes.
all grippy on it, and it sands
After
your
sweeping
feet
off the
down
excess
after a
sand
long
that didn't
day at the
adhere,
pool as a
they
kid.
roll on a coat of laminated
Oh,
resin,
yes.
which bonds to the sand,
Fucking
giving
love
the
it.
surface a clean, finished look.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'm passionate about.
They pull off the tape
Yeah, they
and
do.
apply the manufacturer's decal to the side.
Okay.
The diving board is now
And
all
then
set
pull
to be
the.
installed
Oh,
on
they
the
didn't pull the
stand
top
at the
layer
edge
of that
the deep
label
end
off.
to await anyone.
And
to
feet.
take
I'm
the
kidding.
plunge.
I'm kidding. Stop. Somebody stop me. Oh god.
Your game with golf now complete. Line up the perfect shot.
Yes, so when we watch Unwrapped and Good Eats, we'll be able to say, oh, that's so satisfying, and be like, I would totally eat that. And it won't be as intrusive of thoughts because it will be things that are supposed to be eaten.
Need some help?
Making this mid-sized yacht
Look
starts
at that.
with a mold for the hull.
Ooh!
The team sprays a gel coat paint onto
Another
the entire
good
inner
one.
surface of the mold. This paint will transfer to the hull during molding. They
This
layer
is cooling down pretty
fiberglass
quick,
strips
actually.
around a PVC foam core and create a series of distribution channels for resin. The crew now drapes an enormous sheet of clear plastic over the materials in the mold and seals the edges with tape. The crew leaves a lot of slack in the plastic to conform to the mold's deep recesses. A vacuum hose suctions out the air beneath the plastic.
And then Lucinda will tell you no,
The crew
right?
then
It's like, but we
connects
can
plastic
lift with these,
tubing
though.
to the ports in the distribution channels.
But it's allowed.
The resin saturates
Oh, look at
the
that.
fiberglass strips that surround the PVC
Oh,
foam core.
oh,
The
yeah.
vacuum sucks the layers into a tight sandwich and pulls out more air.
I
and
like that
excess resin.
sandwich. I like the
resin
sandwich you made
cures
right there,
and the
guy.
fiberglass layers harden. The next
Oh,
day,
I bet
the team
yanking that
removes
off is the
plastic
best thing
sheet from
ever.
the
I
molded
bet.
part.
That's like a big hand dipped in that glue. That's a big hand covered in glue right there.
Out of the mold.
I would do that
The
for
gel
free.
coat is
I would just be
adhered
like,
to
hey, can I
giving
come
it
and
a
just do
glossy
that
finish.
all day long for you?
Next, they create the yacht's deck. Like the hull, the crew makes the deck mainly from fiberglass. A worker cuts out the strips in different sizes. After arranging some of the fiberglass strips in the mold, the crew cleans up the deck in certain areas using pieces of balsa wood. A worker lays more fiberglass strips encapsulating the balsa wood.
This has got to be Florida, right?
The layers with resin, the way they did with the
What
hull.
these dudes look like? These look like some Florida
Also
dudes.
makes the roof structure the same way. A boat builder applies putty to the fiberglass to even out
Cargo
the
shorts, goatees.
And after grinding the hardened putty smooth, they spread polishing compound.
That's hilarious. The next guy they showed had an even bigger goatee. Hey, what's up? You challenging me?
The crew cuts out holes for lights, portholes, and other features. And now the big moment. After 6 months of work, let the good times begin.
Let the good times roll is what he wanted to say, but they would have gotten copyright struck because of whoever sings that song.
The computer program guides a plasma torch to cut out precisely sized slots in a sheet of high.
Oh yeah, very itchy, and the resin in between dries in a very not peelable way. It'll peel your skin off with it.
Narrower strips of steel
Just wishful thinking that it would feel like glue.
To create tabs. These strips will serve as the sides of the scoreboard, and the tabs will be used to install them. He fastens 4 strips to the back panel. He then attaches the plasma cut front panel to complete the basic structure of the scoreboard.
My favorite part, and I know.
The next worker sprays a powder.
Actually, just kidding. I was gonna yank all this excess glass off the edge of this or off the end of this, but we're just gonna attach a blow tube to the end of it and use it.
The result is a tough
not using it
skin that will make it possible for the scoreboard metal to weather the elements. They're now ready for working parts like LED light-studded digit boards, a data transmitter, and receiver.
I remember when my high school bought a new scoreboard for the football team. Instead of renovating the band hall that had flooded.
Each can flash any number.
That was one of my first protests.
Interconnecting them in what's known as a daisy chain.
And I was a football player.
He also plugs in a ribbon-style cable to link the digits to the scoreboard's processing module. He inserts the digits in the slots on the front and shields them with a sheet of transparent polycarbonate. He confirms that the wiring is good.
But of course, Texas and football. Oh yeah, resin's terrible and terrible for the environment.
Computer processing module to the numbers and also wires it to a power source. He mounts the module to a panel that will then be installed through the back of the scoreboard cabinet. With all the lettering now in place,
although resin art is
the numbers
fun
on the board will mean something to the crowds in the stands.
I think everyone has a resin kit at home. Everyone was like, yeah, I'm gonna make resin art, right?
It must be made.
Whoa, what was that? House of Dragon.
Making retro-style toasters is this British company's bread and butter.
Making what?
Some of its models
Toasters?
are new designs in a vintage
Whoa,
style.
that's a cool toaster.
This one is authentically retro, in continuous production since the 1960s.
No shit. I like it better than the toasters we have now.
They install the bread adjuster.
Fucking looks like a Art Deco or like a space toaster.
Leaving a high-end toaster.
Space toast, space toast. Like fucking Jimmy Neutron. Hello, toast. Where are you from?
They mount the switch that selects the number of bread slices to toast. Then they install a red neon light that illuminates when you start the toaster and turns off when the toast time has elapsed.
When the toast time has elapsed.
Sounds when the toast time is up, at which point the switch cuts the current to the elements. They attach the dials for the slice selector and timer switches and connect their wires to the main power cord. Then they place the toaster compartment into the body and screw on the toaster's stainless steel top, the protective film now removed.
Oh yeah, I love that myth. Now that you mention it, I actually protested even younger than that when
they flipped the toaster upside down.
They started implementing different dress code for girls and boys.
They install the ejector mount, positioning it straight.
Or a tank top to school. And I was like, yeah, why is that a thing? Why is it any different?
Move the knob to raise and retrieve your slices. A technician
That was like middle school, I think.
ensuring that all the elements heat to the correct
I didn't really know what I was doing at the time though. Wouldn't really call it protesting. I was being defiant.
The bell rings with
Was
a
definitely being defiant.
They install the removable crumb tray, then close up the bottom of the toaster with a ventilated base plate. Nylon feet elevate the toaster for ventilation and to prevent the screws attaching the base from scratching the kitchen counter.
Jimmy Neutron. Speaking of toast, or the that scene from the movie.
Energy savings slice
Hello, toast.
It stops the toaster's empty slice.
Where are you from?
Necessarily.
Oobla. Also, a movie we can watch.
These elite level racing wheels are made of aluminum. They're designed to generate a smooth ride with optimum responsiveness to the rider's acceleration. Workers load one extruded tube at a time into a metal bender. The machine coils the tube around and around, forming 4 connected rims. They mount the coiled tube onto a cutter. With a single downward slice.
This doesn't affect you. Yeah, exactly. I gotta speak up about it, especially then. Good for
First, the rims need a bath and a tank of acid.
The rims? Oh god.
Removes
They say the rims are gonna take a bath, and they said in a bath of acid.
Of the metal, both of which help ensure full adhesion of the anti-corrosion coating they later apply. Next, a multi-phase heat treatment process. This restructures the aluminum molecules, making the metal harder and stronger.
It restructures the aluminum molecules. Okay. Thanks for giving absolutely no information on that whatsoever. I would like to know how it does that.
Now for that anti-corrosion coating. The process is called anodization. In a tank, they plate the aluminum with protective chemicals.
You can do the same thing with glass. This is what I was talking about.
To draw the coating particles onto the rim
They
surface.
coat it with color though, instead of more metal like they do with
For this
glass.
model, the anodized coating is black. However, there are several
T-minus
color choices.
27 minutes left in the stream.
Next, a computer-guided machine shaves off a minute amount of anodized metal from nearly a third of the rim surface. This creates
I'm hoping
a
this
smooth,
cools down in
perfectly
time for
flat
us to
area
show it
the
on
brake
stream,
pads
but
to
either way,
grip.
Mytho, I'll be sending you a picture of that tonight before we
The next
decide
computer-guided
if we
machine
want to put it
drills
back in the
holes
big
for the
kiln
tiny
and see if we
aluminum
can get
nipples,
more...
which hold
What?
the aluminum spokes to the rim.
Y'all heard that? Let's see if we can get more purple out of it.
Now it's time to assemble the wheel. The first technician inserts a spoke into each slot of a carbon fiber and aluminum flange, part of the hub at the center of the wheel.
Oh, that was a natural burp.
Respective spoke
Natural
seat,
burps always
as
like
it's
feel
called.
good, you know?
He sandwiches them with a locking ring.
Tickles that throat seat.
Now for the rim end of the spokes. The next technician places a small steel plug inside a spoke nipple to make
What?
it magnetic.
Magnetic nipples.
Then she puts the nipple into the rim and using a
Don't get a
magnet,
CAT scan.
draws it to a spoke hole, then through the hole toward the inside of the wheel. Then she removes the steel plug and inserts the free end of a spoke into the nipple.
I'm so immature.
She repeats the procedure for each spoke hole. This is known as lacing the wheel.
Oh, fuck yeah, Mytho, good. As it should be. That's fucked that that kids weren't getting breakfast.
The next
Either way,
technician
that's
holds
fucked, no
each
matter
spoke
what.
steady while
Kids should
tightening
be
its
eating.
nipple with a spoke wrench.
Kids need to eat.
Tightening the nipple
You
straightens
feed
the
that
spoke.
brain to do kid
The
brain
process
things.
of perfectly aligning the wheel
Can't do
by
kid brain
straightening
things without
every
food.
spoke is called truing the wheel. This gauge tells him when the wheel is finally trued.
Trued wheel.
For quality control assurance,
life, I'm a
this
wheel.
robotic machine inspects each spoke and makes any necessary
What?
tensioning adjustments.
See, like, imagine showing this to a Victorian child.
Depending on the model, a high-end bicycle wheel can have anywhere
They would
from
totally
10
call it
to
witchcraft
46
and be like, that
spokes.
shape right there that it makes
Different
is
spokes
the devil.
for different folks.
It's like, ma'am, that's the exact same shape that your wooden wheels make.
If you ask me, good design comes down to the details.
I know, right?
Embossed leathers and holding.
He was just like, how many times do we have to say nipple in this one? He's like, well, we'll cut it down to as many as possible.
These
like, there's
plates
still
are
like
for
6 of
switches
them
that will
though.
be installed in hotel rooms.
What is
and
it?
they will include sockets for 3-pin British plugs.
For outlets.
The automated tooling wraps the punch
Ooh, look at the
metal
little
around the form
sponges.
to give it the desired shape.
Wet sponges, and they're wet with oil.
This framework will
Terrible,
also serve as an
terrible
electrical
feeling, but
grounding
it looks
plate,
good. Looks
discharging electrical energy from the socket
nice,
to
but I
prevent
wouldn't want
shocks.
to touch it. Oh god.
A worker now attaches a molded plastic part to a grounding plate. He inserts a screw in a brass connector and installs it in a slot in the molded plastic. He installs a series of brass terminals.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
At the next station, a worker assembles fuse holders,
Why are kids getting
contacts,
punished
and
for
springs
things
to
they
the
can't
plastic
control?
structure.
And why did it take a kid to think
Next
of that?
up are little spring-operated plastic shutters. They block the sockets when nothing is plugged into them.
Why did it take another kid to be like, hey, that's not right?
Moving down
Somebody
the
should have been like,
assembly
hey,
line, a worker inserts springs
that's
into
not
twin
right.
rocker switches. She lowers a press to squeeze all the switch components together, then transfers the switches to the electrical unit.
Good stretch.
Another technician snaps a cover onto it. He plugs it into a light box to test it, and the bulbs
Flashbacks
of the
being on
box
flashbacks.
illuminate. This confirms that the switches and sockets are fully operational.
You're just standing there.
A worker now fits the steel grid plate to it, with the switches and sockets protruding through it. This particular unit is also equipped with a round European plug and a USB charging port for mobile
Why are they
devices.
different in different places?
At the next station,
Why
an
not just
operator
make them
serves
all
up
the
brass
same?
face plates to a press that bends the rims,
Do it.
forming a thin
Yeah.
lip that will fit around the grid plate.
I wonder if it's warm. Like, wonder how warm it is to the touch, because you know when you
A
do stuff with
computerized
metal like
welder
that.
fuses studs to the back of the
He
faceplate.
touched it with his hands immediately after. Oh, I like that. Oh, I
These
like
studs will
that.
fix the faceplate to the grid plate and provide a screwless finish
She
on the
touched
front.
it. She immediately touched it. Wow, that.
When it comes
That
to
cooled
switch
down
and
quickly.
socket combinations,
Have y'all ever
there's
seen
no shortage
screwdrivers
of
like that?
to the grid plate.
You press it in
and
and
provide
it
a screwless
spins it.
finish on the front.
Watch. It spins it.
When it comes to switch and socket
press it in.
combinations, there's no shortage of options. At this station, a worker assembles a particularly
Why are my
large
friends
one with
allowed to
switches, charging ports, and sockets. It's also designed for installation in a hotel room. He secures the charging
I love
port to
that.
the grid plate, and is ready for the faceplate.
That's a weird set of. See, like, look at that. That was a funny angle.
He
Wow, I don't know why she
attaches
was
it
holding
using
it
the
like
welded
that.
studs, and with the folded edging, it encases the grid plate neatly.
Look at this cable bill.
This is cooling down quickly.
From
You'll be able to see your friend this evening on stream, I think.
Verizon Home Internet.
It's almost
No
cooled down to the
contract,
touch.
No hidden fees. Starting at $25.
Yeah, and this is metal on the outside, and that metal is always fucking hot, so it's cooling down quicker than I thought it would. Also, I
The heads of
remade
these golf clubs are made from aerospace-grade stainless steel.
the sections that we'll use for the bongs, but I think what
the
we might
factory
do
begins with a wax replica of the
is
club
just
head.
make a big
To make
section of
this wax
color
pattern, as
and
it's
see
called,
how much
they
that
inject
ends up
hot
being.
wax into a mold.
Because it might be enough.
They extract the pattern and snip off the bulk of the excess wax.
It might be enough if we layer it thickly.
Using hot wax as an adhesive, a
Layer
robot
it
joins
thick-
several
as
patterns
thickly
and other
as
wax parts in the shape of gates and runners. The
No,
terms
the
are
screwdriver's
channels
great.
that guide molten metal into the casting mold.
Making
Then the robot dips these
Why
patterns
does it spin
into
like that? I
liquid
like
ceramic
that.
material
It's
4
being
times
fancy with it.
a shower of
Big
silica
golf
sand
clubs.
in between each coat. The ceramic and sand harden, forming a shell around the wax patterns. Then the
It
factory
spins
melts
it.
out the
I like that it
wax.
spins it.
The shell is now a mold with which to cast the metal club heads.
Also, yes, I'm autism
On the
flamingoing
casting
right
floor,
now.
a furnace heats steel bars to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, well beyond the melting point.
It's
The
fucking
pouring
boiling.
technique is critical. The metal must flow at a consistent rate to prevent the formation of air bubbles. After 5 hours, a pneumatic hammer breaks apart the mold.
Look at that.
Workers saw off the gates and runners, separating the club heads.
Right, the spooky
Then
island.
they grind off the last remnants of the gates and runners.
Mr. Ink. We need to watch one of those. We need to watch the live
The
action.
club heads through a sandblaster, which gives the metal a particular finish.
What movie are we gonna watch tomorrow? We can do a live action. We did say we were gonna watch Spy Kids. I would like to watch
They
Spy
stick on a
Kids.
metal badge bearing
Finally.
the club's model name.
We can watch Spy Kids if y'all are down.
They apply a dot of automotive paint. The color identifies the angle of the club.
Oh, that was cool.
There are 12 different angles. Now they line the neck of the club head with epoxy. Then coat the end of the shaft with epoxy and slip it into the neck.
The Soul Machine scrap we
A pneumatic
used, right?
hammer pushes the shaft in as far as it can go. The shaft is made of either extruded steel or carbon fiber.
Yeah, Spy
Now
Kids.
it's time to work on the shaft.
Spy Kids
First,
later.
They cut
tomorrow.
it to the right length,
I guess
depending
tomorrow.
on the model. Then they put the shaft on a spindle and wrap the top 10 inches in double-sided tape to hold the club's rubber grip.
Tape?
They lubricate the tape and the inside of the grip before sliding the grip over the shaft. A laser line helps them align the grip in the right position. This is critical because the grip is the golfer's guide to correct hand positioning, which is essential to a good swing. Next, a computer reads the line.
Imagine if every like 1001 the golf maker just made sure it was off just a little bit.
The term for the angle of the club head's face. The computer then
Just
tells
for
the technician
oh,
what
you adjusted it.
adjustments to
Okay,
make.
just kidding.
Once he's made the adjustments, the computer reanalyzes the new loft and line to ensure they're perfect.
I was gonna say just to be a fucking asshole, but they have checks and balances in place.
Precision that ensure these golf clubs fit the
Now
quality
it's time to work on the
specifications to a T.
Things you can say about how it's made in Japan.
You can taste your way along the Pacific
T-minus
coastline
17
with
minutes until the end of the stream.
Gray Whale Gin.
Grey Whale
Perfected
Gin.
with 6
Why did that make me
California
think of Grey Whale vagine and in the perspective of Anchorman when he goes Santiago, which translated from Spanish means a whale's vagina. Why did that gin? That's not what you want people to think when you think gin is whale vagina, my friends. That is not what you would like for your gin to be
A
associated
specialized
with.
worker makes cuts in the bark with an axe.
What do they
using a
do?
very specific technique that doesn't harm the tree. Using the handle of the axe, he gently pries off the bark. A cork oak typically lives for 300
cork.
years.
No shit.
It can be harvested up to 15 times. Grinds those pieces into granules and then stores them in huge bags.
I knew it was natural, but I had never seen how that's done.
The first step is to empty the bags into silos.
Never knew it was
the
the bark from a tree.
The machines which purify the cork granules
Interesting.
are giant autoclaves. Workers fill each.
I don't know
one
what
with
else I thought it would be, you know? Maybe like
Then they start a
plant
compressor
pulp.
which simultaneously
I never really thought about
heats and pressurizes carbon dioxide that then transforms into a semi-liquid
tree bark.
gas called supercritical CO2, which is an environmentally friendly solvent. They inject the supercritical CO2
With solvent?
into the autoclave
Do they?
and wash the granules.
How do they
for
press
3
it? Do they
hours.
just press it at high heat, or do they put stuff
The
in it?
manufacturer mixes it with a food-safe binding agent.
I was gonna say.
And transfers the batch to the molding line. The molding machine is computer controlled to automatically
that.
adjust the molds to the dimensions of the stopper being produced.
So jiggle.
The machine pours the
Hey.
mix into the molds, which then go into an oven for a
Messy.
few minutes. The ingredients bake into a solid stopper with just the right degree of elasticity.
Okay.
Every stopper made
A
in the
food
same
safe
mold shape
binding
is identical.
agent.
But no two stoppers cut from the whole piece
So
of
pretty much
cork
just
are
glue.
ever the same because cork has natural variations. This is merely the cork's preliminary shape. A computer-guided machine
I wanna bite it.
refines them to exactly
I'd like
the
to
shape
bite
ordered.
one, please.
After finalizing
Yeah, when we're famous and we're going through the fucking shops doing stuff like this, and like, yes, could I buy one of those, please? I know that's what I would like to do that, and that means I know that the viewers would also like for me to do that. So can I buy one of those, please? And they're just gonna look at me like,
to measure how much oxygen.
and they're gonna be like, what? And I'm like, 10,000 people say they want me to bite one of those. So like, it's either we do or don't, my guy.
For a specific lineup.
The live sports, news, and entertainment you love for less. Visit sling.com.
It's up to you. I either get to bite one of those or you've got 10,000 people to deal with.
Free delivery and double fuel points. Learn more at Kroger.com.
Alright, you're gonna have to let me bite that. No, can we just move on with the tour? I'm sorry, but no, I just got tipped $1,000 to bite one of those things, so like, you need to grab me one of those right now.
Letterpress printing is a centuries-old method that's making a comeback. The printing press makes an impression.
Letters printing. Hi, Lucy. Yes, you'll get your close-up in just a few minutes.
The printer first sketches out some design ideas. Then he detours into digital technology, finalizing the colors and composition, and choosing the font in traditional metal type. Now it's time to set up. He locates the selected font in the type cabinet.
She got her hands in my hands.
Each individual character, called a sort, is backwards.
I was wondering if y'all could see that. You couldn't see the entire beginning, could you? Yes, you'll get your close-up in just one sec, little diva.
And lines the left
careful,
right,
you pull my skirt down.
What's called a composing stick. Once he completes the
Good, you're so strong, standing up like that with just two legs. Put your hands right there.
Then he takes a metal frame called a chase and mounts the form at a specific position inside the frame, filling the excess space with blocks of wood called furniture.
Oh, thank you, Reaction. We're actually right about to show
Just below the piece of furniture that's underneath the form. He places a compression device called a coin
piece that we made tonight.
with a key.
But Lucy wanted to say hello. Let's see.
He places a glob on a piece of cardboard and takes the mixture over to the printing press. He applies it in dots all over.
We have a little friend. Make sure it's looking all nice before I bring it over and introduce you to your new little salamander.
Onto the rollers. He inserts the chase containing the form into what's called the bed of the press.
Hang on, I don't want to get fingerprints all over it. My hands are kind of greasy right now after messing with Lucy, but
one sheet at a time in the gauge pens. The ink dries quickly
it's perfect.
because it's rubber-based and because cotton paper absorbs well.
Yeah, look at those colors on the back of it too.
Is a hybrid of traditional and modern approaches, as he uses computer-generated graphics. He sends the digital file to a company that makes
a little guy.
printing plate, which he mounts on
We have a good amount of purple on him. I honestly like the fact that his head is purple and like his tail is a little bit of a different color.
He switches plates to do the next graphic in a different color, layered over the first.
We might be able to get more purple though if we put it in the big kiln. And I might suggest we do put it in the big kiln.
Plates marry the old and new technology.
Just so we do a longer kiln cycle. You know, I can bring it up back to temperature and then crash it again. Maybe, I don't know. If you like it like this, we can leave it like this.
Star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may.
Splitting into the moss a little bit, yeah.
Have the wish I wish tonight.
So if we were to put it back in the kiln, it would get darker. Worst case scenario, it would get
at a foundry.
Dark, oh god.
Down bars of aluminum.
Best case scenario, it would get like that.
Shoots the molten aluminum into molds in the shape of players.
Which we might be able to do. I don't know.
The casting from the injection machine. The mold yields 4 players, each one sporting the manufacturer's name on the front of his jersey.
We'll see how it cools down
Once
the rest
ready,
of the way.
The players move to the foosball.
It's pretty much
table
cooled
factory,
down, but
where a worker sprays on a base coat of white paint.
I'll show you with the flash on, and I'll send you
Once that
pictures
dries,
to your phone
workers
so you can see it
continue
like
painting the players, but now using an airbrush.
actually, instead of through here.
After closing up the ends with wood panels, workers install wood support bars which will reinforce the table. And
T-minus
for a goal,
9 minutes until the end of the stream. Actually, I take that back. Didn't we? We started a couple minutes. We started like a minute late on here.
The table now goes
So
to the
we've
paint
got
shop, where workers either stain the wood.
yeah, 2.5 minutes
or leave
until
it
the end of the
natural.
stream. About 2 minutes
For this
until the end of the
model,
stream.
They also spray
Perfect
red
timing.
into the recessed stripes and logo.
Actually, I was gonna say 2 minutes is 4.5 hours. So we'll go ahead and end it at 4.5 hours
They
on
install the
this
sloped ball return panel
because I like this number ending better than the number that's ending over here.
to an aluminum ball return tray.
Also, I can send you pictures of it with the
After
flash
sliding
on.
the plywood table bottom into
Mytho.
place, workers turn the table right side up.
And we're out of oxygen,
Mount the
too.
aluminum goal nets and the scoring units right behind them. Then they
What
look
time
at
is it
playing
in general?
surface,
Isn't it
made
almost
of
5
green
anyways?
vinyl
That's
and
that's what time we said we were gonna
on
end it
top of the
anyways.
wood
It's just a
support
couple
bars.
minutes off. That's making my OCD do OCD
Wood
things.
trim around the
Right,
perimeter
Lucy,
holds
you'll
the
help me through
surface
that.
in place.
I'll pay attention and give you all kinds of pets. Oh, that's what we
A
need to
worker
do.
mounts the players for each line onto a
We'll
hollow
zoom
stainless
out.
steel rod. Using a template,
And do a little bit of Lucy time. And Marley, of course, if she would like to join. She's being lazy in the chair. Got about a minute left, so this is good timing. Marley, come here. Come on, Marley. You gotta say bye. We're gonna let you go outside too. Wow, yeah. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Mytho, I'm gonna hold on to my pants just in case she fucking yanks them off. I appreciate you, Mytho. Thank you for the opportunity to make these. We will sign off with your little buddy on camera as well. Little buddy. I gave him little shoulders too. He's all up against the moss, making sure he's hiding. And he's gonna be all up against your chest. Perfect. Got little loopholes. And when you look down, you'll be looking at him like this. He'll just be staring right back at you. Until next time, reaction, you know where to find us. We'll be back in the same place tonight. I do appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to set this little friend right down next to his drawing here, and I will cut this out for you and send it along with as well. I think that's fun to do, and I do that as well. Alrighty, I appreciate each and every one of you. Mytho, Lucinda, who's probably still asleep. I will catch y'all on the flippity flop. Deuces, friends, much love to each and every one of you.